Okay, I believe I'm streaming. As always, we'll get started in just a few moments here.
Overpriced.
Hey, welcome Vibrations 999. Not too much going on here, just recently wrapped up the data mining series of stream for Dark Souls 1. That was a ton of fun, I learned so much about the game, but now we get back to the Soul Level 1 run and more randomizer runs. But I will resume some data mining streams of some kind in a few weeks, most likely. Hey, welcome Argos. Chippy Mauser. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's been having a good week. Hopefully it's not been too hot wherever you are. The handle Homer Simpson 90210 is sending me back to the past. That's I forgot that there was a show 90210. Never watched it. But that would have been shit that was on TV, like when I was young. Definitely watched a lot of Simpsons back then, though. That's the second easiest build for SL1 after Pyromancer. That is the only build for SL1. Every other starting class starts higher than SL1. But that doesn't mean it's hard. Just like the, other starting classes can be more, like in a harder place. Right? Just because you're technically a higher level with some other classes doesn't mean the stats are better. Okay, we'll get started here. Today we are tackling, I think, the only bosses we have left in this run. Pardon me if I'm forgetting anything, because I've been doing like a couple different runs at the same time. I think we only have Kalameet, Manus, and Gwyn. Which is funny to say only those bosses, because I think they're significantly the hardest bosses of this run, so... I have no idea what I was wearing. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't wearing that. I was wearing something a lot more fun. Sure. I have no idea what I'm equipping. Wait, we can get Thorns on. Those are fun. Feels good. I'm targeting mid-rolling, because why not? Like the little bit of extra challenge. Sure. So, back to Willshill Township. Heater shield plus 11. How am I doing on chunks? Not regular chunks, I'm all out. So I'm like, I could always upgrade the shield a bit more. We'll work with what I have for now. 60,000 souls, though. Well, whatever. Nah, I can just lose them. Who cares? Yeah, Manus could be a problem. Although last stream I was thoroughly getting my ass kicked on. I think I spent like a little over 2 hours on Kalameet and like never even got him like below halfway. So, but hopefully this is one of those situations where like time off lets it kind of like stew. You know, lets it settle into my brain a bit, and maybe I'll learn faster this time now. We did discover that I do have enough stability to block Kalameet's like quicker melee swipes, the things that tend to be harder to dodge. So, but mid rolling is actually it's kind of scary. Like sometimes it's pretty hard to get away from his like flame attacks in time. So we'll see how this works out. Oh, and I forgot. I was going to post the stream link to a couple places, so hold on a sec as I do that. Pardon me. Should have done that at the top of the stream. Post that there. And here as well. I knew I was like forgetting something at the top of the stream. Okay, but that is all taken care of. Back to the game. Yeah, the next swipes are definitely the hardest, and that they can theoretically be blocked. I just rolled through it anyways instead of blocking it for some reason, but okay. Oh, you... whiff. Okay, just run. Ugh. Yeah, so you can just block that, so it's not too scary. Okay, well that didn't work out so well, but let's go. Woo! Scary. Okay. I don't know why I rolled when I could have blocked. I was starting off blocking. Okay. I'm doing better at rolling through those now, those flame breath attacks. It's like a little bit later than you think it would have to be. So that might help me do better in the fight compared to last attempts. Damn it. No. Ooh. Don't get hit by that though. Run. Yeah, I can just block it. I gotta be better at positioning for actually hitting him though. Okay, okay, not too bad. Ah, shit. If I'm closer to him, I can block the first hit and have the second one miss, but I kind of knew the positioning wasn't good there. Once it happened, I was like, nah, that second one's gonna hit. But yeah, not bad for a first attempt. Like, okay, this already feels less hopeless than it did last time. I say that now, but I'm probably easily gonna spend another hour on him here. We'll see how it goes. Having gone through this SL1 run, is there anything that particularly stands out about a particular boss? There's a couple bosses that were just, like, shockingly easy, in terms of, like, some bosses that I've never really, like, put too much effort in a challenge run, like Nito and stuff like that. Like, I knew you could always just tank them and stuff like that, and that would have worked fine in Soul Level 1 as well, but I was like, no, let me not, like, throw on full Havels and tank and, like, just see, like, what this actually looks like trying to dodge all of this attacks. And it was just, like, incredibly easy. It was like... It just didn't take much effort to learn at all and execute on. Four Kings was... took me 2 attempts. I tried, like, once, and, like, it was miserable, and then I was, like, at the end of the last round, I was like, alright, let me try it one more time, and I got it that time to end the stream. I just, like, went back. But that was, like... I ran out of my 20 Estus. I had no heals left. One more hit was going to kill me. It was, like, down to the wire. But that was just, like, training hits. My damage was terrible. Yeah, the whole thing was, like, very sloppy. So, like, I did not play that fight well. I just... That's a fight that easily could have taken a bunch more attempts. There was, like, just maybe a bit of luck. I wish the headpiece, like, smacked into all of the rungs of the ladder, like in Bloodborne. That does happen with the Bloodborne headpiece, right? Not misremembering. I don't care about my blood saving 60,000 souls, who cares? Yeah, my damage was not great, so it was kind of terrifying. I think there were like probably at least 3 kings present for a decent amount of time towards the end of the fight, and it was getting scary. Ugh. Okay, cool. Run. It's very stressful. Okay, well. Maybe I can't block that. Ooh, almost didn't get out of that in time. I think maybe it's unused, or... Damn it. I couldn't remember from our data mining streams. He has some sort of region set up near the ladder, and I don't remember if the verdict was that they were... I think the verdict was that they were unused. But it could have potentially been a sort of thing where, like, in a spot very close to the waterfall or ladder, maybe his attacks are restricted a little bit. That is a thing with the Sanctuary Guardian, is if you hang out on the, like, the perimeter of the arena, he has fewer attacks he can do. But I don't think that's helpful in any way. Like, just being in the middle of the arena, save more positioning for dodging is just better. More space. And obviously I don't care about my no pyro rule for the dogs, because they would take like 2 hits, I think, to kill with melee. I'm just like, I'm not about making this run back take more effort than it needs to. I think somewhere in their data, these are referred to as Kalameet's dogs, or something like that, which is very funny. Or maybe that's not an official name. Maybe that's a name Meowmartis came up with for the load list. I'm not sure. But somewhere I've seen them referred to as Kalameet's dogs, which is cute. Okay. I'm nothing the other way in time. Shit. Okay. Owie. Oh, that was, okay, okay. I made the same mistake before. That curves further than I... It always, swipes further to the side than I'm expecting. I just noticed a comment from Sean about lagging. Hopefully that's not been an issue too much here. Okay, cool, cool, cool. What do you think Kalameet and Seath talk about? I feel like they don't talk. Kalameet probably just, like, only addresses Seath with insults. If that. This dude probably wants to kill Seath. Fuck. Okay. Ow. Ah, damn it. Damn it, too late on that. Zuli just had the dragon shut down on her stream. Oh, that's funny. We're both in the DLC at the same time. Epic rap battles of history. Black Dragon Kalameet versus Seath the Scaleless. Yeah, exactly. Y'all should duel. If it was like actual PvP, I imagine she would probably kick my ass, but you know. I don't know how much she's like PvP in Dark Souls 1, but she's just like the better Souls player for sure. I don't know how much time she spent doing like challenge runs in Dark Souls 1, but just like the general skills as a gamer, she's better. I can say I've gotten through like all versions of all bosses in Night Rain, aside from the deeper depths at least once, but that was only because her and Iron Pineapple carried me. Like that was, if everyone was at my skill level, we would have struggled a lot more. There's no infinite upwards invasion ranges in the remaster, unfortunately. Yeah, so if she's not soul level 1, I can't invade her. That was how the original version of the game worked. And then they messed up the level ranges in the remaster. It's very frustrating. I mean, messed up makes it sound like an accident, but, you know, that's not. It's just, they intentionally changed it to try to make it more balanced, but it's just like, they didn't really fully think it through. Ugh. Within. Within. 2 attacks in a row. There we go. Ow. That I can avoid. Ugh. The range on this axe is just so frustrating. Whomp. Oh, damn. Okay. Note to self, don't just try to tank that. Oh, yeah, if she's using debug, she's offline anyway. And I'm also offline at the moment, I think. I did uninstall debug for this, but... Why is the fire yellow? I have no idea. If anyone wants to come up with a lore explanation on what Kalameet is doing. because it looks good with the black. Go. Run. What? How did I get stepped on by that? What the hell was that? Kalameet, please. I'll just get distance, I guess. Ah, damn it. That's gonna... Oh, so I could block that. So sometimes I can block that. Just if I have enough stamina. There might be a positioning thing where sometimes he double hits too, and maybe that was just like the single hit. Fuck me. Okay. Oh, okay. I was getting a little overconfident with the positioning there. That was very close. What? It was like I hit him. What was that? And it didn't do any damage? That was, what the hell was that? That was confusing. Oh, getting a little too overconfident. Damn it, Kalameet. There we go. Be out of there. Oh, brutal. It's brutal when you're slow. Oh, no. Battle Axe is not the best option at all. I could be using like the reinforced club. I think that would be doing better. Or I could be using the giant blacksmith hammer. No, but I'm mid-rolling on purpose. That's like the whole conceit of this run, is to be a little suboptimal to prepare for randomizer runs. Am I ever going to make part 2 of my Mr. Gimmick video? Maybe. I had like ambitions to do like more of a deep dive into like the audio side of things for like a part 2 video, but I did do like a whole podcast episode on that like a long time ago, and I'm just kind of like, am I really just gonna like recreate that? Like I don't know. So I sort of like I feel like the part 2 is a little ill-conceived to announce, because I don't know how much I want to retread that. So maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't, but there will be more retro game dissected stuff at some point. Hey, thanks for the kind words, Cactus. I appreciate it. You've been grave loading people in Dark Souls 2 just using the Seed of Giants and New Game Plus. New Game Plus 2 and hiding. Closest you can get. That's great. Site video, it's still a little bit of a ways off. I got very sidetracked by like the data mining streams, which is good because I learned a bunch of stuff that I wouldn't have known otherwise. That's gonna be like very good to reference in that video. Are Covenants totally cooked? Do you think there's any possibility for a return in some form? I have a feeling they'll come back. I think they probably have some awareness that they felt like a common complaint when Elden Ring came out was just like the multiplayer was a little too simple. And the fact that they're doing 2 multiplayer games in a row, you know, Night Rain and Dustbloods, makes me think that some of that stuff is going to be on the mind again. What I really want to see is a dialing in of Covenants so that they have more content and are more fleshed out. These games do not need 8, 9 Covenants. Good God. Just like do 4, maybe 5 and flesh them all out. That's really what they should be doing. None of these games, Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, should have never had a Blue Sentinels and a Way of the Blue as 2 separate Covenants. Like, the design is just really stupid. Like, I could understand if maybe, like, unlocking the Blue Sentinels for helping other players was, like, something that took a little bit more effort than just initially joining the Way of Blue, but, like, you should be able to be in the Helper/Helpee Covenant simultaneously. Like, that is just... They're spread too thin. There's just so many, like, shortcomings of that kind of design that it's, like, condense them, make each Covenant more important... Use Covenants to kind of replace the function of World Tendency from Demon Souls, so like each Covenant like offers a little bit more content. I think that's the way to go. Imagine if like a lot of the Volcano Manor stuff in Elden Ring was a Covenant, because it sort of almost was in a way. Not exactly, but yeah, exactly. Like what Benevolent Beaver just said, they should be more woven into the story. Yeah, it's like a little too simplistic to be like, hey, Guinevere says you can join the Prince's Guard, and there's just like no other references it to any, like, you know. I get there's a couple miracles that their use is like locked behind it or whatever, but yeah, I think you shouldn't go the Bloodborne route of, like, having just, like, such hollow, like, limited Covenants. Like, that's too simplistic, but I think looking out of all the Souls games and just being like, you didn't need 8 Covenants. You should have 4 or 5 fleshed out ones. One Covenant to replace Way of Blue and Blue Sentinels. One Covenant that's, like, somehow replacing, like, the Sunbros. Another one that's replacing, like, standard invasions more so. Maybe something for, like, sinners, and then, like, you know, a weird Covenant or 2. You know, like a Gravelords or a Rat King Covenant, and call it a day. And make sure they'll have a good amount of stuff you can do. Dog, please. I liked the idea of Mound Makers, but it was a little too... Something that I wish was always different about the Mound Makers is that I wish the Mound Makers could have joined you in a boss fight. And hear me out. Like, obviously, someone being able to turn on you at the last second of the boss fight would be complete bullshit. But, like, if they enter the boss fog with you, then friendly fire is disabled. I feel like that would have made the risk-reward aspect of the Covenant a little more interesting if it was just, like, they could help you throughout the level, and then they might randomly attack you. Is just kind of, like, less of an interesting... I don't know. I think it would have had a more interesting dynamic. Is like this could potentially become a PvP encounter, or they might go all the way and help me defeat a boss. That was like one shortcoming of it, I felt like. And also, if they're going to do the whole thing of upgrading covenants and stuff like that and offering like an offline way to grind them, don't do what Dark Souls 3 did. For the love of God. Don't make the drop rates so low. I think they got a little comfy with each game. Like, you know, Demon Souls came out and it's like, oh, people like, you know, engage with the multiplayer a decent amount, even though it was not crafted to make it easy to pair with specific people, but people set up fight clubs and they did what they did. Dark Souls 1 came out and they did realize that, like, oh, people are just like literally invading all day long and racking up hundreds of points of sin in the Book of the Guilty and stuff like that. So by the time Dark Souls 2 came out, they had more confidence that, like, oh, players are engaging with the system somewhat endlessly, and like, we'll make it so that you have to do like a shitload of PvP in the arenas if you want to get like the max aura. Or in Dark Souls 3, just like the grind for those covenants was just so nasty. It was like, dude, the drop rate for a covenant item for an enemy, like a sunlight metal, it should never be lower than like 2% from an enemy. It should be even higher still, I think, in my opinion. Like, the drop rate for the ears from the crows in Dark Souls 1 is 6%. And with luck boosting gear, it's like 20%. And it's just like, that's fine. That's not that horrendous of a grind if you have a little bit of patience. But compared to Dark Souls 3, I just... I think it was a really bad design to have the drop rates just so low. Thank you for that. Nope. I didn't get away in time. Alright. He has sucked. Hopefully I don't get hit by anything. Yeah. The stream's going good. Again, I haven't had too many great attempts against Kalameet yet, but hopefully we'll get it sorted. Rat King Covenant was fun. That was an ambitious covenant. Execution left a bit to be desired, and it's a shame how the Covenant miserably died. As soon as the player base got like a little bit smaller, there's that rapid decay of multiplayer activity that, you know, it's like a negative feedback loop of just like, makes it less and less viable, so less and less people do it, and then, yeah. But yeah, when the game was new, like, you could get summoned there repeatedly, constantly, and the shenanigans were a lot of fun. It's frustrating, too, because Scholar for the first time made a very smart change where those enemies don't despawn after 12 kills, the Rat King enemies, but they did in vanilla, and still do. So remember, like, putting the effort into, like, unlocking all the traps and everything, and doing like enough PvP there that eventually all of like my enemies were killed off, and I was like, yo, this sucks. So Scholar fixed that, but I don't know. I feel like I had less of a lifespan on that. Yep, still a bowling pin, for sure. Yeah, see, sometimes I can block that, sometimes I can't. I could have sworn I was far enough away that time. God damn it. Okay, that was a swipe from weirdly far away. Whatever you want to do, though. Damn. I can take that when I'm not debuffed. Does Kalameet always have the same stomps? I can't tell if it's two different stomps or not. I'm not good at parsing that in the chaos of the visual noise for me. Like, is it always... Because I know it's like a diagonal stomp, right? Like, if he stomps with, like, his back left leg, then he stomps with his right front leg or something like that. But can it be inverted? Or is it literally only one type of stomp? I don't actually know. Because it would be nice to learn, like, if he's going to do a stomp, like, what leg can I always stand by to always be safe for the first stomp? That would be good to know. You have an open source Souls-ish project that you're having some students work on. What bosses are fun but simple? Like they could maybe build as a class project. I feel like something like the Iron Golem is probably like a pretty cool middle ground sort of a boss in terms of like complexity, where you could just chip away at its health to kill it, or you could do a thing where you kind of knock it down with enough damage. I think looking at the Iron Golem and the Tower Knight of Demon Souls, that feels good. It's sort of... It's like neither of those bosses are like my favorite boss, but like I've also never disliked either of those bosses. That feels like a good target. Yeah, Tower Knight is cool. Iron Golem is basically a redo of the Tower Knight. Like the execution's a little different, but it's the same concept. Hit his legs enough to knock him down. Big, slow, like big piece of like armor, kind of armor-clad boss thingy. Owie. Okay, well, glad that didn't kill me at least. Yeah, the Tower Knight is basically, what if you have the Iron Golem, but instead of a giant throwing fire bombs at you, you just have like a series of archers surrounding the arena. I'm gonna get whacked by that. But unlike the giant, the archers are accessible in the boss fight. You can just kind of run upstairs that surround the room. Tower Knight is like a little bit cooler aesthetically in some ways too, because his like when you do enough damage to his legs, like chunks of armor fall off his heels and like blue stuff like sprays out of his legs. So this is visually more interesting as you do damage to his legs. Okay. That's the second time that's happened today, getting stepped on by that one specific attack. Okay, so that was both legs on the same side of his body. It wasn't a diagonal split, right? That was his front left and back left, or from my perspective, front right and back right. I think. So I do think he has multiple stomps depending on your positioning, son of a bitch. Nope. Toast. With all the necromancers in the area, I feel like the Fool's Idol revive mechanic would have made sense for Pinwheel. That could have been neat. Yeah, Pinwheel is like a less interesting Fool's Idol as well. Yeah. Two damage from the thorns. Let's go. Yeah, that was for sure different stomps than last time, so... Ah. Nope. Not today. Oh, come on, come on. Fuck. It was like almost a third of the health off, though. It's coming along. Yeah, Pinwheel's music is great. I wonder how hard it would be to get the tail with mid-rolling and this weapon. I feel like that would be incredibly difficult. Oh yeah, area-based covenants. Yeah, you'd want at least one of those as well. Force hunters, equivalent, etc. I was so convinced that, and I've never been more wrong. I really thought, like, I know Elden Ring didn't really have covenants, but the fact that the multiplayer was like so simplified, I was expecting the DLC to have its own area as the equivalent to the Force Hunters, right? Like an optional side area, so you're not forced to engage with this multiplayer thing if you're online. I was convinced the DLC was gonna bring back like area-based chaotic PvP. It didn't happen. Dog. With. Okay. Thank you for attacking with the wrong legs. Run. Nope, he got me. If you thought on Dustbloods, we will see when the network test lands. Like, I wonder if we're gonna get like any additional info before the network test. But I'm looking forward to it. That one-shot me. That almost never. Okay. God damn. I think my stamina was full. Oh yeah, I just got Calamity. Duh. Thank you. I was like, I forgot already. But yeah, I'm interested to see what Dustbloods is all about. I hope it's good. Yeah, the dude in armor with like the jetpack, that shit is cool as hell. Okay. A little weird, but okay. Damn it. Wikidot has a Kalameet on the list of unbleedable enemies when he should be bleedable. Let me take a look. Enemies immune to bleed. It has Kalameet on here. And then let me double check. Smith box here. Param editor. NPC param. Kalameet. Where's bleed? Poison guard resist? What? So it looks like he's technically bleedable, but the value is really high. The defense is really high. It's 333. So I don't know how feasible that is in normal gameplay. It'd be interesting to mess around with that. So yeah, the wiki might have made an error where it might just be really high bleed resist that like it can be hard to pull off potentially. Yeah, because his poison resist and toxic resist are 999 instead. So like that's immune to those things. But like if I look at something like the Chained Prisoner, what's his bleed resist? Because I know I've bled him before and it was really high. Bleed resist. $250 on the Chained Prisoner. You were able to bleed him with the Iaido? Huh, yeah, so that is just a straight up mistake on the wiki then. There are some enemies that are in that gray area, like, technically they can be afflicted by a thing, but it's just, like, so unreasonable. Like, you could toxic a dragon butt, but it takes, like, 20 dung pies, assuming that you can, like, if their AI was disabled and they were standing still and you could pelt them constantly with like no interruptions. There's something just like oh, you're never doing this. Yeah. Stop it. Damn it. Kalameet music reminds you of Metroid Prime. Ugh. Dog. Bullshit. Ugh. And that's why it's better to block. If I wind up getting my ass kicked here for too long, I might finally cave and switch to the reinforced club. But I'd have to go through the process of upgrading it, which would mean having to take time to farm a bit of Titanite. I was double checking some like changes between 1.0 Dark Souls unpatched on PS3 and Xbox 360 compared to later versions of the game. Because there have been a few videos about it. Mr. Metagross did one some years back that was pretty popular. More recently, Berto Please did one that was more thorough, and it's a really good video. But even then, there's like an extra layer of like, should I make a video on this sometime? Because I could have more to say about like how enemy behaviors are different that I don't know if anyone else has really gone into depth on yet. There's really interesting stuff that like no one ever talks about in those differences in 1.0 videos. Like a lot of enemies were tankier in 1. The thing is, like, it seems like it'd be worth a video, but like as the videos get increasingly thorough, it's just like would like 4/5 of my video just be copying Berto's video? Like should I retread all of the same ground and be like, hey, here are like the different text prompts at the bonfire. Here's the what this shop lacks, you know, the differences in like the shop lineups. Like there's already multiple videos talking about that. I feel like maybe I should make like a standalone addendum to those videos, but that wouldn't be as popular as like a comprehensive like every true difference between, I don't know. But yeah, there's cool stuff. Like a lot of enemies were tankier. There were a bunch of enemies that had much more poise in 1.0, and I've never really seen anyone talk about that and point that out. There are some enemies that apparently had a decent amount of poise and changed to have 0, which I wasn't previously familiar with. Like Batwing demons have 0 poise now, so every hit will stun them. But they had like 60 poise or something like that in 1.0. And it's like, oh shit. Okay. And same with the stone demons from Demon Ruins. Apparently they had poise. It's like, what the hell? I did not know that. Damn it. Oh. Damn it. Can you beat Dark Souls if every enemy has infinite poise? Oh, absolutely. It makes some enemies more annoying, but that's like... That wouldn't change someone for like a light dex build who isn't doing like a big bonk playstyle. Poise does not affect kicking shields. Kicking shields away is some weirdly complicated stuff that's not easy to like see behind the scenes. At least I've never found a display for that in debug, because it's not stamina and it's not poise. It's stamina for player character like NPCs. Damn it. I always have to roll a little bit sooner on that flying dive than it feels intuitive to me. Yeah, I think knocking shields away is related to something to do with like stagger level stuff, but then I don't know how it keeps track of like what is quote unquote draining when you eventually knock an enemy's shield away. Like, I don't know. It's not stamina and it's not poise. I think it's invoking damage level, which is a system that I haven't fully unpacked yet. That could be a future project. Damage level is something that gets invoked for, like, if an attack sends you flying on your ass. You know, that'll probably be, like, some higher damage level number. But how that relates to, like, knocking shields away, it's like, I don't know what's going on. Because clearly, it's not an all-or-nothing thing. You can do multiple hits to eventually break one away. How's the Kalameet stream going? It is definitely the Kalameet stream. We'll see if we can... They should have made Kalameet an Invader in Night Rain? Hell yeah. Do I know why the last Black Knight in the Kiln of the first lane despawns if you quit her on the stairs? I don't know exactly what that looks like on the code level, but to my understanding, it does check it consults the collisions. And I imagine they did it because if you needed to quit and reload during the boss fight, they didn't want you respawning right outside Gwyn's room with like a Black Knight right on top of you. I think so. I think it was like it's like an obscure, intentional like safety mechanism. They were being generous to the player. Yeah, as far as I know, there's no reason to think it's a mistake or anything. I think that's like something weird you'd have to go out of your way to do and have happen. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Yeah, damage level is absolutely what the torch. That's what causes the torch hollow to always stagger you. Yes. Yeah, because it's just bypassing poise. And it's all weird, like whole, just like simple, like whole integers or whatever. Like, right? It's not like, you know, like that attack might have a damage level of 4 or something like that. But I've never interrogated, like, how many damage levels are there and what all of them do and what all their interactions are, right? Because it's like, some have different interactions if you can poise through an attack or not, right? Like, that's the, like, it's not as simple, like, oh, this is the one reaction to damage level 4 or whatever. It's like, no, that's like, it's varied, right? Like, if you poise through a cast of Fourth or Wrath of Gods, you still get stunned. The punishment for not having enough poise to withstand Poise or Wrath of the Gods is being sent flying on your ass. So, yeah, there's all just like all sorts of like, that's why it's kind of messy to untangle. Do you think his Fire Breath attack tastes like Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning? What is that? The KFC exclusive Mountain Dew flavor? It is the most yellow soda. Ooh, almost got hit by that. You ever see a KFC? I'm fucking toast. I didn't. Okay, he did the weird loop-to-loop instead of the fire breath. Okay, thank you. You don't see that very often. He just like flies in a loop and just lands. Like, damn it. Ah. Around. I don't know how to describe that flavor exactly. I was right on the edge of that hitbox for sure. I could not have been much closer to that. Okay. If I don't get out of the way of this, though, damn it! Always gotta roll sooner than I think I have to. Always, always, always. That's one of the better runs so far, though. It just shows the kind of like all or nothing nature of the fight, because I still have 19 Estus left, and his health was like halfway down. So it's not, I'm not burning through Estus, I'm just dying. Like... Favorite Mountain Dew flavor? I don't know. Maybe the Sweet Lightning. I think it pairs well with like fried chicken-y kind of. I don't really like sometimes really the only time I drink soda is if I get fast food and just decide to cave and get a meal instead of going like sandwich only and just like getting water. Because I tend to pretty much just get water anywhere I go. Like if I eat out at a restaurant or whatever. Not like I'm like nearly as frugal as I should be at all. I eat out all the goddamn time. But having had kidney stones in the past, I just sort of force myself to stay hydrated and prioritize drinking water like over literally anything else. And that makes me feel a little bit better to myself. I'm like, hey, if I think about all of the times I've eaten out and not ordered a drink other than water, like how much money has that saved me? I mean, I would have saved a lot more money if I, you know, prepared actual meals at home, but yeah, every now and again I'll cave like at a fast food restaurant, and that's when I'll get soda. But I don't ever buy it at the grocery store for myself. If I was gonna buy something sugary and sweet, it would be like iced tea. But it's like I think I like iced tea so much more than soda. But I did cut back on that and don't really buy that ever, basically, anymore. Again, unless if I cave out like fast food. Fuck. Yeah, scary. Just barely avoided that grab for sure. I did not. I could not have been much closer to that. Oh, healing when he's going to spit fire at me? Not smart. I'm on the ground. I'll use that to not get hit. Son of a... Although if I have a cold, I will drink a lot of hot tea, though. That's like a... I keep like an electric kettle around for that. You want to know something funny and like embarrassingly stupid? So like a lot of people, the thermostat in my house is not in my office. And I haven't lived in this place for super long. Like this is the first summer that I've lived. I moved to the place I live in like toward the end of last summer, right? So I didn't have a lot of hot days here before. So I'm getting used to like, okay, you know, obviously it's going to get hotter in my office because of my computer. And like I was really cooking in here sometimes. It was just really like uncomfortably hot. I did not realize the air vent in the corner of my fucking office was just in the closed position. I was cooking way more than I needed to in here. Like, I've been streaming here for a while, and it's not that hot in here. I'm like, on one hand, I'm a little pissed about how stupid I was, but actually, I'm quite happy about that. I will take that. That means there's a solution to the problem. Like, and it just doesn't have to always be that way. Because I keep my office door closed, just, you know, all the boyfriend's home. Sometimes he works from home, is taking calls and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I need to keep the door closed for sound reasons. And just like, yeah, he's just a fucking idiot. Yeah, that was until recently. But I was like, oh, It is not that hot in here. I mean, the AC is doing its job. I was just an idiot. Yeah, I'll check the weather here. I forget how hot it is at where I am. I think it's like 90 roughly. So the fact that the AC is able to keep up and I'm able to have my computer running in here and not be cooking, like, it's actually pretty comfy in here. I'm like, thank God it was just me being a dumbass. Green tea is excellent for you. Yeah, I'm an idiot though, and like, you know, like all like super sugary and stuff. Your sky is full of smoke today. Oof, my condolences. That is not fun. I saw a TikTok of a train recently that was like trying to manage being surrounded by a wildfire. It was just like the scariest looking footage. We don't get significant wildfires where I am, because I'm East Coast and that's not much of a thing here, but, you know, where we, as the wildfires continue to get worse and worse, you know, getting air pollution from it has been more of a thing, you know. But yeah, what is it out right now? Take a look. Oh no, not bad at all. Well, you know, air quality alert until Saturday. Yeah, that's So it's somewhere. Why? Are the smoke from fires reaching us now? Yeah, apparently, I guess, whatever. But yeah, no, it's 86 feels like 91. So I can't complain compared to some people. And again, this is the East Coast where you know, everyone owns AC out here. So if for some reason like it broke in your home, you have somewhere you can escape to. It's not like the UK where it's like, isn't it something like only like 1 in 10 households in the UK have AC? That is terrifying to me. That's why when some people get all stupid, like, oh, it's a heat wave, it's only 80 degrees there, you know, 82 degrees, like, you know, like people like try to make fun of that, and it's like, you do not understand how the context makes that so much worse. The houses build up heat, and it gets like 100 degrees inside people's houses, and they have no AC to escape to. Just because you grew up around summers that got up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever, it doesn't mean you wouldn't suffer just as much as everyone else there, because you would. Same thing with like winters in Texas, like snaps, like you get a bit of icy roads in Texas and it just like shuts things down, and the power grid can't handle it. People like lose power and it starts freezing people's homes. And it's like, if you just look at what the temperature is or how much snow or, you know, ice rain came down or whatever, it's like, on paper it doesn't sound as bad as a winter in the Northeast. It is definitely scarier and worse. Infrastructure matters. he got me. I got the suck. Yeah, humidity is brutal. That's, I don't get to travel out west as often as I would like. But the handful of times I've done it, I've always marveled by, like, how hot it can be in the direct sunlight during the day, but the second you step into shade, it, like... Shade actually helps? I mean, not that, you know, getting out of the direct sun on the East Coast is still good. You still want to do that, but, like... the difference. And then it could be, like, really hot during the day in a way where, like, it's actually incredibly nice in the evening, where if it was that hot during the day on the East Coast, it would be miserable in the evening still, most likely. It's like, oh, the sun goes down and it actually cools off. That is novel to me. If you grew up in an incredibly, like, arid, dry environment and that is your norm, and you haven't spent a lot of time in humid places, you would hate it. And I'm in that band of the East Coast where, like, it's miserably hot in the summer and miserably cold during the winter. You know, it's like, it's both. We get both. Love that. I can't really complain, though. We don't really get significant, like, storms in the way that other places get. You know, like, hurricanes aren't much of a thing. Tornadoes are incredibly rare. When they do happen, they tend to be very small and break up quickly. Like... Oh, hold on, let me focus for a second. I experienced an earthquake for the first time the other week. Because I never felt one before in my entire life. Because we don't really get them on the East Coast. We get small ones every now and again, but most people don't experience them, you know. You'd have to be quote-unquote lucky. That sounds like a funny word to use. But they're usually very minor and aren't hurting anyone, so I would consider it like, oh, that's kind of neat to be able to experience like a minor one safely. I was in Chicago for my birthday, and I was in Lake Michigan, spending the day at the beach. It was nice. The water was, of course, pretty chilly because it was, you know, Chicago. The beach was very nice, though. The water was refreshing compared to the hot sun. We're in the water for, like, a good while. And, you know, it's a lake. It's Lake Michigan, so there aren't really waves, you know? Not like there are at the ocean. And we had been there for a few hours, so, like, we got a sense of, like, what to expect from the water. But at some point, some kind of waves come, like, crashing on us, and we're, like, jumping to, like, avoid them because it's, like, so cold, you know? And we look around, we don't see any boats, and we're just like, what the hell caused like a series of waves to come in out of the blue? And we looked it up, and there was an earthquake in Lake Michigan while I was in the water. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. So now I get to say I can technically say I felt an earthquake now. And I didn't, you know, in the series of just a few random waves where I was like, huh, what was that? Yeah, that's the thing. Of course, I'm like, oh, the novelty of a minor one that's not dangerous. Like, that's kind of neat. But then, like, obviously, they're fucking terrifying to a lot of people around the planet. But having grown up in Connecticut, it's just like, that was not a thing. Yeah, this was like a 2-point-something earthquake or something, so it was nothing, you know. Yeah, the Great Lakes are cool as shit. Like, I'd technically been to Lake Michigan before, but I'd never been to Chicago. Well, I've been to Chicago a couple times in the past for music stuff, but I didn't really count that because it was like I was playing with a band, playing a show at a venue, so it's like you drive straight to the venue, play a show, left, didn't even stay in Chicago, like straight for like the next city or whatever. So this is my first time like hanging out there. But I did go to, on a previous tour, go to Grand Rapids, Michigan and hung out there for like a day. And we like went to like Michigan up there. It was just kind of funny to me because I was like, how far is Grand Rapids from Chicago? I got curious, so I looked it up. And it's like a 3.5 hour drive or something like that. And it's wild to me that like you're at the same lake. You could drive 3.5 hours and not even be like on the opposite side of the lake. You're just like at a different part of the lake. And it's just like, God, it's fucking huge. What kind of band did I play in? I played in like a couple different bands. I played in a chiptune prog rock sort of group. We use like kind of like Game Boy as an instrument, but it was also with like guitar, bass drum, synthesizer, accordion, like mostly live instruments with some chiptune stuff layered in. And that was instrumental, you know, there's no singing or anything. But then I also played like an indie rock group that had more of like a I don't know what to call it, like maybe like 60s influenced like psychedelic pop sort of stuff. I played drums for Ann Managuchi once when they were between drummers. So I was very involved in like the sort of chiptune and video game music scene back in the day. The loop-de-loop. It's so rare, and I'm so always happy to see it. I'm not happy to see that. I would highly recommend, if anyone likes like classic video game music and you've never seen Bit Brigade live, keep an eye out for them if they ever tour a city near you. They're the band that has someone on stage playing the game, essentially speedrunning it, but it's not really like trying to necessarily beat the game as fast as they possibly can. It's like a quasi speedrun. Someone who's just good at the game getting through it relatively quickly. And the band plays the music to the game as it's being played. And it's so entertaining. And they do like a very like kind of like heavy rock arrangements. Metal adjacent, but it's not full on like power metal covers of video game music. It's not like the drummer doesn't use like double bass drum pedal and stuff like that, but he's a beast. He has a very busy, like heavy kind of hardcore, bombastic kind of play style, like hardcore punk. Really, really good shit. It's so much fun. Like, and the convention, like, it'll be very silly because they'll do a game like one of the Mega Man games, and you'll hear the same boss theme repeatedly. Sometimes the player will like intentionally delay a little bit so the band can actually like get through the song, but sometimes he'll kill a boss in like 2 seconds. So like the band plays like a measure of the boss theme and then they have to play the victory jingle. Like it's so good. It's so good. Oh yeah, Mega Man, I love Mega Man music. Yeah, it's the best. Yeah, they more recently did a tour of Mega Man X music, which was like a newer thing in their repertoire, and I missed it. And I'm so pissed. So I hope I get a chance to see them do the Mega Man X show at some point. But I saw them do Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 3, and those were fantastic. And every now and again, they're not like necessarily always 100% strict on playing the music from the game. Like they lean toward it, but if there's an excuse to Like, they've done the original Zelda on the NES, and that's not a big soundtrack with a lot of music in it, so you would just be hearing the same things constantly. So that's one they're more flexible on. Like, by like the third time or fourth time you would be hearing the dungeon theme, they're just straight up covering, including music from Zelda 2 or Link to the Past or like whatever. Like, they'll find ways to like switch it up if it's going to be too repetitive. They did that, I think, in their Mega Man 3 run, or Mega Man 2 at some point, where it's like after hearing the same boss theme so many times, at one point they threw in like a Wily boss theme from like Mega Man 4 or whatever, and I was like, oh hell yeah, let's fucking go. Like, oh, SL1 means I'm soul level 1. I have not leveled up this character at all. I started as the Pyromancer, the lowest level starting class in the game. And yeah, that's why I keep dying so much. And I've been spending... If I was leveled up appropriately, Kalameet would have been dead a long time ago. Without getting my ass thoroughly kicked. Yeah, and this is in service of practicing for randomizer runs, where I was doing like a permadeath challenge that a lot of people are doing, and I was just like, oh, I need to like learn the boss fights better. So that's kind of why I'm forcing myself to do this. That's why I'm doing stuff like mid-rolling on purpose and just not always having optimal gear. Because in the randomizer runs, I'm doing use what you get, where I auto-equip things I pick up. And so sometimes I'm forced to use shitty stuff. Or like mid-roll or fat roll when I'm, you know, I have no control over that. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, no one else in a normal SL1 run would be like wearing like the Xanthus crown. Like, I'm just being an idiot. Okay. Oops. Oh, come on. Stop it with that nonsense. No, I should have gone for his legs. I don't think Kalameet has a body damage parts multiplier for his head to take more damage. Does that sounds kind of wrong, because they usually do that by default. Maybe he does. If only I thoroughly finished the backlogs video on headshots. That's probably, if he can take extra damage there, then he definitely mentioned it. Ugh. That's something I could talk about in a future video. Is his was framed more around headshots in particular, but I could do like a deeper dive into just body part damage multipliers, which includes headshots. Backlogs videos are great though. The challenge of like trying to beat the game without aggroing enemies, I did not think that was going to be possible. Really impressed by the community figuring that all out. The biggest stopping point for me was the fact that ghosts can smell you from pretty far. I was like, there's no way. There's no way you can get through Nulanda Ruins. And I didn't think you had a vantage point of killing the ghosts from far away, but you did. That's the thing I didn't see coming. Like, the two first ghosts in the level, I'm like, you can't see them from far away. They're behind like a wall or whatever. But they just the right, like almost like pixel perfect angle to have an arrow go through and hit them. I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. So good. Any notable examples of enemies with non-headshot body parts multipliers? I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but they definitely exist. There are some that'll take more damage to the legs than like their torso. But am I getting the games mixed up? Does that happen in Dark Souls 1? I think it does somewhere. Fuck you. Nope. Okay. Run! Run! Oh, it's just the loop-de-loop again. Thank you, thank you. Whew. I don't know if I would have gotten away in time if it was the fire breath. That's the fire breath. Get away! Unlock, you absolute moron! Okay. The fact that I hit him and he didn't hit me is so good. Okay, careful, careful. Oh my god, I can't believe I blocked that and still survived. Roll! No, 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 no! I tried rolling, but I got stunned on the first shield hit, and that prevented. I was mashing roll, but it didn't happen in time. That was by far the best run, though. It's coming together. It's definitely starting to click more and more. Does Centipede have weak points? Let me take a look. I'm curious. Dark Souls 1. Looking for... Where's this located? Is this just under NPCs? I gotta maximize this tab to actually see shit in the spreadsheet. Parts damage rate, yeah. Oh yeah, so I don't know which part is which because there's weak parts damage rate, parts damage rate 1. I have to familiarize myself with what these things even mean. But like, so we have like Taurus Demon. The Taurus Demons look like they take like 50% extra damage to the head. Ah, but see, Immortality Institute Evil Birdman. Oh, no, I was highlighting the wrong thing. Sorry. I mean, that's the Crow Demon, but Iron Golem, I think, takes slightly extra damage to the legs, which is funny because, like, where else would you hit him? You could be shooting spells at his body, I guess, and, you know, whatever, ranged attacks. The way it looks in the spreadsheet is, like, there's parts damage rate 1 through 8, and it's, like, wherever they slot it in. And I'm assuming 1 is usually at the headshot, probably. Unless if that's... no, but weak parts damage rate is a separate thing. Unless if that's headshots. But yeah, like, so for the Iron Golem, though, it says, like, parts of damage rate 2, that column, is set to 1.1. Every other column is just 1. So it's like, okay, parts damage rate 2, that can't be the head. That would be really weird to make the head, like, just some random category in the middle. So that's probably legs, taking, like, 10% extra damage, maybe. Something like Smo takes 10% extra damage to parts number 7. Oh my god, what's part number 7 of Smo? I have no idea. Channeler of the Duke's Archives takes 50% extra damage to something. That's probably headshots in that column, actually. So then, if that's not what the Torseman takes extra damage to, I don't know what part 1 would be. Anyways, where's the Centipede Demon? It looks like the Centipede Demon does not have any weak parts at all. That's fun. Like, obviously you can like tail cut and like that'll stagger him and stuff like that, like when it breaks, but I guess it's not like taking extra damage to those spots. Quelaag takes 50% extra damage to a certain part of her body. That's obvious. That's got to be the humanoid body part, of course. Gwendolyn takes 30% extra damage to some body part. That's almost certainly the head. So yeah, kind of fun looking over those values. Oh yeah, let me fix my display here. Okay. Slowly getting better at Kalameet. Let's hopefully lock in. The good sign is that I feel pretty mentally with it. There are times where like I keep doing a fight over and over and I just like start losing it, but I'm not at that point at all. The fact that I've been able to like chat with everyone and like still kind of fight, like I feel like chat hasn't been distracting me. Like I've been able to, I'm not dying because I'm responding to chat. So my mental focus is still here. When did I get the dragon headstone? I did go down because I thought it would be funny to do like the Hydra down there in Ash Lake. And I have used it on a few enemies. It is funny to do. Speaking of which, maybe we need to go dragon versus dragon here. The damage of this is going to be complete shit. This is going to be complete shit. There's nowhere where that's helpful. There's literally nowhere where the dragon headstone helps. It's just like, it's basically a meme attack here. Without that headpiece, maybe there's some attacks that are going to one-shot me that didn't before, so that could be a bad idea because of that, but you know what? If you want to spit fire, I'll spit fire too. Oh, I can block that at least. Owie. The timing of that is just like you can really get closer into the visual effect than it seems intuitive before you take damage. So you always roll through that later than you feel like you should. Run. I don't know if I'm gonna get away in time. No, I didn't. I don't know if the dragon head gives any... I've never looked into that. I have no idea if it gives any defense or not. If it does, I can't imagine it's very good. I don't believe you can dragon... No, you shouldn't be able to dragon head if you have parasite. Could be wrong, but I'm fairly confident on that. Because you can't even use the dragon headstone if you have any armor headpiece on, which is kind of silly. I don't like that functionality. It should just automatically unequip whatever headpiece you're wearing. But maybe for communication, that's helping you know that like the stats from that headpiece are not carrying over and is in fact getting unequipped. But I'd rather just auto unequip so I don't have to take it off. But yeah, and then the parasite doesn't let you wear any headpieces either, so they've got to be mutually exclusive. The helmet should break off, yeah. That'd be cool. It'd be funny if you had like an animation of like shattering, but you didn't actually lose it. Just like not video gamey nonsense. Roll sooner than I think I have to. You Google that, it doesn't seem to offer extra stats. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But it's not too bad because the Xanthus Crown didn't offer great physical defense anyway, and that's what I keep getting hit by, so there's actually not a significant difference, thankfully. I'm not actually screwed myself over too much by equipping this. Yeah, that's only a little bit more damage than I was taking before, I think. Ah, damn it, I tried to roll. And that's why I always block, because I never like roll through that correctly. And then go for his leg. Yeah, that's like a double hit. That's a double hit depending on your positioning. So sometimes I can block it, sometimes I can't. That got a little greedy. That's okay. Don't like how close that is. Yeah, just tanking a lot of these. Better than dying though, I guess, so. Shit. Okay, good roll. Hey, actually rolled through that. No, you don't. Two damage from the thorns. Roll. Oh shit. Roll sooner than I think I have to. Oh, come on, that dude. Back off. That's scary because that one shots me if it gets me with the full animation of it. Like, get away from that. Get some stamina back. Oh, I whiffed the attack then. Whiffed the punish. Roll. No. Oh, okay. Get out of that, though. Oh, that would have one-shot me, too. If that first hit landed, I would have been dead. No, I'm dead. He did the loop-de-loop. He did the fucking loop-de-loop. Thank God, Kalameet. Thank you so much. I'm getting greedy, though. I'm fucking toast. And I rolled by accident. Everything's going to shit. Okay, don't get greedy. I got greedy and it was stupid. And I should have been playing calm. Oh, see, that's scary. But I didn't get hit by the whole thing of it. So it's okay. Fuck you, Kalameet. All right. That was scary at the end. Did the loop-de-loop, but almost got hit with the okey doke. Oh, whew. That feels good. I feel a lot. My knowledge of that fight has leveled up quite a lot. It's still not the most refined. Like, there are people who will, like, no-hit the fight with, like, rolling through everything, and I'm just like, I can't. I did have to rely on blocking. But again, blocking, the fact that I haven't leveled up stamina at all, that's not too unreasonable for a randomizer run, right? Like, if I ran into him fairly early in a randomizer, the non-linearity of the game is like, I could reasonably probably find a decent shield before I have to fight him somewhere. Get yourself a treat from Goff. I forget what happens. I of all people should know this. What happens when you talk to Goff after the fight? I don't even remember. Does it give me a carving? And now I'm going to get Asylum Kalameet. That would be funny. At least with the randomizer runs I'm doing, the Asylum is scaled, but the rest of the game isn't. Those are the settings I'm going with. Yeah, kind of ideal outcome is getting like... Ornstein and Smoke can be, even when scaled, they can be very, very scary in the Asylum. They're the boss that have killed me the most. But you get like a really good weapon. You get the Quail-Eggs Fury Sword or the Blacksmith Giant Hammer. You get a bit lucky, or just don't play like shit or whatever. That's a good first fight to get out of the way. Goff tells you you're a good boy and pats you on the head. Ah, that feels good. Actual progress. No, we haven't done Manus yet, so that is the next stop. I don't think I've made it to the Ulasil Township bonfire yet. Chasm of the Abyss. It's what? Not Ulasil Township. Yeah, so we are on our way. I think I did unlock the shortcut though. Probably. We will find out. Will I ever try level 1 on New Game Plus 7? Probably not. Because I know it's kind of funny, because like obviously the randomizer run is a challenge run, and I'm doing a challenge run right now, and I did the mapless run. So I keep saying I don't consider myself a challenge runner, which is... There's a lot of evidence to the contrary right now, I realize, but... some like the really hard challenges, I'm just like, I don't know if I'm cut out for that. There is a certain element of like wanting to get like semi-capable and like somewhat difficult, you know, semi-difficult challenges. Just because like I really deal in useless knowledge for these games, right? Like a lot of people talk about like, oh, you know everything about this game, and it's like, dude, if you wanted like help for a boss, like, and like positioning for movesets, like you talk to someone like Lobos Jr., not me. Right. Like there are definitely gaps in like practical knowledge of these games, which is very funny because I'll be like, can fucking write a thesis on the matchmaking in this game. It's really stupid. But yeah, so like just kind of forcing myself to like actually learn the combat a bit better. It feels rewarding. But I do think I have limits in like not trying to do the most. I'm never going to be doing like those back-to-back hitless runs of the different games or whatever. Not a chance in hell. Would I ever do a hitless run of Dark Souls though? With not all bosses, absolutely the hell not. But just getting the credits to roll without getting hit once, maybe. But even then, I would allow shield use, which is not how anyone else does a hitless run. It would be a damageless run, is what I would call it instead. If you block a hit and you have enough stamina for it, that means you weren't hit. What am I doing? Oh, I'm checking to see if I ever got the silver pendant. It doesn't. Okay, so I progressed through this area less than I thought I did. Well, I did recently finish a run on my friend Brave's channel, his Twitch channel, where we also did a soul level. This is my second like soul level one run I was doing at the same time. That was harder and easier simultaneously because we weren't purposefully handicapping ourselves in any way. You know, we would use pyromancy, whatever, like reinforced club, fast roll. Like we didn't do any of the stupid stuff I'm doing, but we were both sharing a controller, and we just recently beat the game and did all bosses. Like I was using like the right half of the controller and he was using the left half of the controller. So I did have practice on some of these bosses, but it didn't care. Like the fact that like we like defeated Kalameet a couple weeks ago or whatever on his stream, like somehow didn't carry over to today, and I had to like relearn the whole fight. Surprisingly, obviously the DLC bosses were really tough, and we spent like hours on them and Gwyn. But before that, the base game, sharing a controller was shockingly easy. And we did so level 1 too. Like it was so weird how easy it was to be in sync. Shocking. There were times where we just like have to keep reminding the chat, like, yes, we are splitting the controller, but you can't tell because the gameplay just looks normal. There's something like if someone else is like moving for you, it's just like not that hard to be like, well, I'll walk onto the enemy, and that informs, like, non-verbally, you can just kind of like, sometimes you'd say like, oh, I'm going to do this, or, you know, please heal for me now, or whatever, but a lot of times we just didn't even have to communicate what we were doing, and it just worked. I was trying to get the attention of one of them. The positioning for... It's like, okay, they can hear me from, what is it, like, if I remember from my sound video. They can normally hear a roll from 10 meters away, but they have that thing that lets them hear, like, 4 meters away minus 1, which is, like, 13 meters, something like that. Not like I can... Yeah. Like, as if there's any chance in hell, like, I could refine it so well that one of them hears me, but not the other. Be very precise positioning. That was me and Brave. Let me find the Twitch link.
You just want pizza? Well, I want to have fun.
Yeah, he had figured out a parsec setup. So what we did is, shockingly, like, because we don't even live near each other. So, like, to share a controller online, I was thinking, like, isn't there going to be a lot of lag? And, like, surprisingly little. It feels like magic to me. I was just like, okay, I was not prepared for that. And, to be able to use the controller at the same time, too, he found some script, some sort of program to merge the controls. So we were both controlling the same controller at the same time, is how that worked. And it was just kind of on us to manually, like, say, like, hey, I'm using the right half of the controller, you're using the left. We both had full access to the full controller at the same time, but we would just restrict ourselves. Can you eyeball distance in this game? Hell no. Yeah, that's impossible. You can get, like, a ballpark feel, but, like, the difference between, like, 12 meters and 14 meters, like, it's like, whatever. How would you... Oh, so you measure distance with a stick? Yeah, no, with debug. To use XYZ coordinates in the game and calculate them. I'm not good at math, but I use a website for a distance calculator, distance in 3D coordinates. So I just put one field of XYZ coordinates, second field of XYZ coordinates, and hit calculate, and it's like, oh, thank God it. You should play the game, but every time you roll or attack, the game gets 1% greener. Hell yeah, that sounds like shit in the best way possible. I have to catch up. Something else I got to stream soon is I got to catch up on some King Boar's mods. I'm way overdue for messing with... He has like a color randomizer mod, which can make the game just look like an absolute nightmare. Hey, thanks, Topaz. I appreciate it. Yeah, the Vagrant PNG tuber was drawn by Zuli the Witch, and she nailed it. It was literally the first. I had no notes. She made this. She's so goddamn talented. It's ridiculous. And, like, it was literally, this is what she sent me, and, like, I mean, I tweaked some of like the reaction parameters, but there's literally no second draft. Like, oh, could you draw it this way or whatever? Just nailed it first try. I did get the Skull Lantern, right? In what circumstance wouldn't I have gotten it? I think there's no way I wouldn't have at least picked it up when I was in the Tomb of the Giants. Oh yeah, I got 2 Skull Lanterns. Let's go. I don't think I'll ever really speedrun. That's not my sort of thing, but I think more like SL1 runs or like kind of challenge runs along those lines, and for the other games, those are definitely on the to-do list. Yeah. I will absolutely do like a level 1 Dark. I started a level 1 run of Dark Souls 3 off stream shortly before I started streaming. And I made it most way through the game, but I stopped at Lothric and Lorien, and I didn't do the DLCs. So those will complete. I'm terrified. I like the thought of trying to do the DLC bosses to level 1 just seems like impossible to me. I don't have the confidence, but the fact that I got through most of the base game, it's like, yeah, maybe I'm fine. Oh, fuck you. Oh, whatever. Who cares? Do I need anything from any of the chests? No, I don't. And I don't care about my 60,000 souls. Let's go. Oh yeah, chugging Estus through the dragon throat is the best. I can just run, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Did I activate the elevator already? I must have, because I already went down and got the... Oh, thank God. Okay. Alright, so I don't have to do any of this crap. Sprinting through here is kind of tough, though. I think I'll slowly pull all the enemies out, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Should have looked behind me when I knew that I was within aggro range of the sorcerers. Oops. Classic mistake of forgetting to send the elevator back up. Yeah, and something I missed in my Invisible Walls video, but some of these elevator shafts have dynamic invisible walls that appear while the elevator is in use, and I totally missed that. I wish you could edit videos in a way where you could just like add a new section to the end of it or something. Because I would totally add an addendum to it, but I'm not redoing the video or... That'd be an interesting video if one day if I make like things I missed or got wrong video, where I could just do like a different chapter for like each past Dark Souls dissected, like as a follow up to them. That would be pretty neat, actually. So I'll keep that in mind. That could be a good time and place to talk about. Like, here's what I missed in the Invisible Walls video. Oh yeah, Silver Pendant does help with the sorcerers. But I feel like you might as well just keep advancing them, right? If you spend time trying to deflect their attacks, it's like, oh, where the hell is it? Did I just pass it? Is it at the bottom? It is. It is. And I'm not even in the right menu. What am I doing? Okay. Re-upload the video? I hypothetically could. I don't know how I feel about, like... That's an interesting idea. I don't know how I feel about, like, re-uploading a video entirely. I guess that would be, like, easier money, but I don't know. It feels weird. Because there would be... It would prompt a surge of reviews more so than if it was, you know, just the trickle of rewatches or whatever, but... Annotations, don't even get me started. So I used to have a channel called Xplod2A03. I'll link it here. I used to upload video game soundtracks, and this was like in the early days of YouTube where you couldn't have longer videos. You know, videos can only be like 10, 15 minutes long. So I wouldn't do it now if I was doing the same thing. If I was trying to upload like retro game soundtracks today, I would do like one long video with chapters for every song. That's just it. That seems like a smarter format. But like, it's so... what I did was I was so thorough in my approach where like there weren't as many people uploading classic video game soundtracks back in the day. So like sometimes you'd find people like uploading just like the most popular themes. And my thing was like trying to be ultra thorough, being like, no, like if I'm uploading a soundtrack, if I'm uploading the DuckTales Moon theme, every single song is going to be uploaded, right? So I was trying to do complete soundtracks. And what I would do is annotations would let you include links to other videos. So in all of the videos, I would put next and back buttons because I really wanted someone to, like, if they were looking for the most popular theme, like, oh, I'm going to look up, you know, the DuckTales Moon theme again, as an example, like maybe you'd see that and you'd see the back and forward buttons, and without like the algorithm or finding the playlist, you could just be like, oh, okay, like let me click back or forward to see the rest of the soundtrack. I put so much work in like putting all of those annotated links to all of my videos. It was time consuming because like they didn't really have a really snappy grid. So I would sit there and carefully look at, like, you know, I try to make the buttons the same size, like drag them to be the boxes to be the same size. And it was like a lot of work. And eventually all the links were taken. I was like, God damn it. And they used to... There's probably better ways of sorting your playlists now. I think you can do it again, but early on they gave me more control that they had taken away at some point, and that was really damn frustrating. Because like I remember at one point you used to be able to look at my playlists and they were all organized alphabetically, and they took that away from me, and I was like so pissed because I had an organization system where I would organize by console. So it'd be like NES hyphen Super Mario Brothers, NES hyphen, you know, whatever, fucking Werewolf Last Warrior. So like it was like you could just browse through my thing and be like, oh, let me find all of his C64 soundtracks he's uploaded, or all the NES soundtracks he's uploaded. And like I remember they took that away, and it just became like the playlists were like a sloppy mess. And I was like, damn it, YouTube. Is there any progress in Demon's Souls comparison part 4? Unfortunately, no. Which isn't to say it's never going to happen, but it's not like something I've been chipping away at. I've mentioned this a few times before, but like it fundamentally feels like it's a bigger undertaking because I want to get like a jailbroken PS5 so I can run the debug for it. So like it's just going to be a big investment, and the amount of work that goes into making one of those videos like definitely slows down. Like you know, for every Demon's Souls compare through, I could be making like 2 or 3 Dark Souls dissected. So it's just like, ooh, like I'm kind of dreading the next one I make because it's gonna cost me money. Like I'll lose money making it, I think, probably. But I do want to do it. Like I'm talking to someone who plans on doing a sort of more detailed, annotated like Demon's Souls thing, and that's definitely they were tapping me for like knowledge and help testing things, and so I'm just like, ooh, like I'm hankering. There's also like a more fleshed out debug stuff for Demon's Souls, the PS3 version that I didn't have access to previously. So I'm just like, so I know it's frustrating for everyone who's been waiting super long. Like, oh, he's never going to do it again. But like, I know the wait might be stupidly long, but there's that part of me that loves Demon's Souls, and it will be like, I don't know if I think the more fleshed out debug that I didn't have access to previously will let me see collisions in Demon Souls, and like, yo, I gotta do a video on invisible walls in Demon Souls if I can. That'd be so cool. What am I doing? I gotta... I'm curious, because I feel like Demon Souls probably isn't that heavy with invisible walls, because there was no jump. There was no jumping. But maybe they were worried about, like, an enemy knocking you over, like, you know? I don't know. I don't know what to expect there. And I could poke around in Smithbox or something like that, like... But the map editors, or, like, the modding tools are, like, a lot more visually noisy. And sometimes it's harder to tell what you're looking at, whereas, like... being able to visualize that in debug in real time, like toggle it on and off, is just a million times better. Oh, and a fun fact that we recently learned in our data mining stream that is just like so... You could never know this. So there's that bloathead on this elevator. Only like the first time you come down. If you kill it, he's like never here again, right? So you would think this is a one-time enemy, right? Like a rare, like just how like there's the hollow in the Undead Parish who runs to open the gate who doesn't respawn. Like very occasionally there's a few specific like quote-unquote normal-looking mobs who don't respawn in this game. You would think that's what is happening here. It's not. He teleports. He moves. He is one of the bloatheads further into the Chasm of the Abyss. It's the same one. He just gets moved. He gets moved into this pack over here. He is one of those 4 over there. Or 3, because one of those is a sorcerer. And it's like, what? How would you... Oh, no, you know, that. Yeah, one of those 4. So, yeah, he was an elevator guy, but now he's over there. And I was like, that is... I don't... That's a good question, Algie. So originally, are there less there if you get there without resting at the bonfire? I forget the specifics. I'm not totally sure, actually. That's a good question. I'll have to integrate that further. Yeah, because, like, why on earth wouldn't you rest at that bonfire? One of my favorite dumb jokes that I made in my videos is that my Darkroot was, or Ulasil's Darkroot in the past video. It's like I did like where are they now section at the end of it, and I mentioned Alvina was given a bath, just because in my head these are stink lines. Like I know that's not what that's supposed to be, but that was the implication of that joke. I'm like, she's stinky right now. Dumb. Back off. Ugh, that damage from one... Yeah, these things will kill me in a split second. They're kind of scary when you have... These things are very scary when you have short range attacks. Like, you want a spear for these guys. Ugh. Great. Oh, you know, Fire Surge will not be terrible because they'll wander in. I can actually walk while casting this. Although I'm basically out of casts. No, no. Are you even part of the pack, or did you wander in from outside? Do I even need to kill? I don't think I need to kill this one. I don't think he's part of the room. Oh well. Ugh. These guys are so good. There we go. Just gotta get the right positioning. Well, either way, if we trade a hit now, he's dead. So all you have to do to get the alternate Sif cutscene is You do need to rescue him. You need to watch him disappear. Now, the second the item drops is the exact moment the flag is set that would allow the alternate Sif cutscene. So you don't need to do literally anything else in the DLC. If you're to play the game with debug, to teleport here, literally not play any other amount of the DLC at all. Just rescuing Sif is the sole trigger. Obviously, I already did Sif, so that's not... Did I say Seath? Sometimes I do, like, my... If I'm talking while playing, that wouldn't be the first time I've mixed their names up. Hey, thanks, Vibrations. Oh, I should get rid of this. It's fun. What a waste of Dragon Head, because I can't even use the attack. But I don't want multiple things to scroll through for the Manus fight. I don't know where I'm going. I need to go around. I don't think I'm even going to summon Sif, but I just wanted to do the rescue event anyway. The magic circle is lame. Sif should have been in the comically huge bear trap. But Sif wasn't trapped by the magic circle. That was the protective barrier left by Artorias, I guess. I'm gonna get shot in the back in one shot. Okay, we're fine. Okay, maybe I am losing it, starting to lose it from the amount I've played. No, I still feel like I have mental focus to do the boss fights, but out of the corner of my eye, without the context of mistyping, I read that as Misty Ping. I've never looked at the word mistyping before and thought it maybe Misty Ping. What the fuck? But yeah, the letters of Sif on the keyboard are like all one letter off from dog or whatever, right? Is that legit? That is legit, yeah. It's like the HAL IBM from 2001 Space Odyssey. Where those aren't one letter off on the keyboard, but they are one letter off in the alphabet. Is that true? H-I, HAL, I-B. Yeah, it is. All right, let's fucking go. No, okay. That's not... Okay, no, I didn't have time for a heal there. Oh. We'll get this. We'll get this. Love the design for Manus. I think Manus is super cool, and I do love Manus. There is a part of me that's like, it's probably bad for watch me like not see a magic cast coming because I have worse visibility because of this stupid head beast. Part of me though, if it's like a predecessor to like Bloodborne bosses being a little bit unreadable. He's not so bad because it's just like the one arm that's like that, but I think of like all like the messy fur and like the big large bosses in Bloodborne that are a little bit like yeah. I love Bloodborne, but there was definitely like a little too much visual noise with some of the bosses and how they looked. I wasn't yeah, Hair Cyclone, exactly. Like I didn't really dig that. Is the Cleric Beast like a modification of Manus? I had someone mention that once, and I just looked at that being like, oh, that's probably right. Is Cleric Beast a Manus reskin? Reskin is a little like underselling. Yeah, I don't know like how many bones it shares, if it's that similar in any way, or if it's just having a bigger arm. Could just be similar design. Yeah, it'd be interesting to compare their skeletons and to see if there's anything to indicate whether or not from scratch they made a similar design or if they like adapted it. Amygdala basically being hairless helps with the visualization a lot, not being a hair cyclone, totally. Yeah, I remember, I always liked the Amygdala fight, as I recall. It's been sorever. I'll have to play Bloodborne again sometime. I have not played that game properly in a long-ass time. Owie. Okay, I'm just fucking this up. You gotta be kidding. Okay. Okay. Rolled through one attack finally. Flack. Okay. Okay. There you go. Owie. Okay. Okay, you just gotta get the F away from these. Son of a... Okay, I'm really burning through my heals, but it's okay. Manus is a cool boss, though. Yeah. Yeah, this is a great boss fight. I think this is a boss fight worth learning at a suboptimal level. Because back in the day, I just kind of like tanked it with like... I didn't go full like tank bonk, but like also never learned the fight like that well. But this is a very well made fight. Nope. Getting greedy with the heal. Ah. Was it debunked that he's the furtive pygmy? Yeah, I think Dark Souls 3 that disagreed with that, with the Ring City stuff, but I'm not the biggest lore guy to really know all the details. In the context, if Dark Souls 1 was the only existing entry in the series, that feels like the logical conclusion. Yeah, I've never learned the fight without relying on the silver pendant, which could bode poorly for a randomizer run. I think today I'm just gonna be kind to myself and let myself use the silver pendant, and maybe off stream separately, like try to practice it without the. Because yeah, I'm not good at dodging the magic attacks without the silver pendant. So yeah, a bit of a crutch, but oh well. I could have healed. I had all the time in the world to heal there. There we go. Oh, what? Damn it. I did not get the timing of that at all. That was a much more delayed overhead slam. Okay, that was like the normal timing. But I second guessed myself. Triple swipe. That's a longer one, and I completely. There we go. Thank you. Ow. Okay, we got all the time to heal here. I think I got to do a running attack at his hand there. The battle axe is too slow to get an R2 in. I think it is drum time, though. I'm going to take a quick break here and hit the drums for a minute or two. So, advance warning. This will be obnoxiously loud. And yeah. Mind your ears. I like to do that to wake up every now and again. Okay. Yeah, I keep saying to do it, and I keep forgetting, but one of these days I'll modify the Vagrant PNG tuber thing to have an alternate spread I can load in where it's just holding clip art like drumsticks or whatever. It's a good idea for when you get pissed at a Souls game. Exactly. No, it's just cathartic. It feels good. Or even celebration. Pissed or celebration. Just like if I spend a time doing something for a while, it's like, oh, let me just go kind of recess my brain a little bit. Yeah, I should do more chiptune covers of Souls music, but like I make all the intros to the Dark Souls Dissected videos. The only one that's been made into a full cover though is the Majula one. Like I get a lot of people asking like, "Oh, like where can I find the cover of your Dark Souls 1 Dissected theme?" And it's like, "Oh, no, like I make all of them as intro jingles, so anything you hear, it's like you're already hearing the full thing." Yeah, I haven't made a Bloodborne Dissected yet, but when I do, that means I have to make like a, you know, like a 10 to 15 second Bloodborne cover. I don't know what I would do yet. Like if I would do Ludwig or if I do something else. Yeah, all the intros to Dark Souls Dissected are me. Yeah, those are all arranged for actual NES. All the songs could be played on actual hardware. I could dump them to a flash cart and play them through the console. There's pros and cons to doing things that way, like because it's such a raw chip tune, it like really like, you know, you could do so like a much more higher quality production if you're using modern tools and you were mixing the chiptune sounds with like, you know, adding some reverb on and like maybe drum sounds that are like modern electronic samples instead of just the NES or whatever. But yeah, all of those are just raw NES and no other production whatsoever. Me just hitting export on the Nintendo sound file and just being like, yep, there it is. There's my Dark Souls Dissected intro. It never touches a DAW. I never using a digital audio workstation like in the pipeline at all. So it's very basic. But I have a lot of fun doing like NES arrangements and stuff. They're always very tasteless, but like that is fully intentional. Like just adding drums and busy stuff. Like anytime I hear like if an NES game back in the day tried to do like a cover of classical music, it's usually pretty shit. Like what the pros and con, like the pros to like an orchestral sound is like all the rich like timbres like of like all the instrumentation, and you lose all of that when you go to the NES. It's like, dude, if you want to do like a sick like Bach arrangement on the NES, like add fucking drums and like go wild with it. Like actually use all the sound channels. Like it should be an exercise in using the sound chip to its fullest. I think that's like the best thing you could do with the NES. So it's kind of like, you know, the intro to Dark Souls Dissected for Dark Souls 1 videos is just like a brief kind of cover of like the name entry tune, but it's like obnoxious busy drums, and it's like, oh, that's how I like it. Because if I just tried to do a really pure cover of it, I don't think it'd be very good. I did do a pretty straightforward cover of Firelink Shrine that I have. I used the VRC6 sound expansion for that, which is the same sound expansion that Japanese Castlevania 3, like a Kumajo Densetsu, used. And that I did like a very faithful arrangement of, but it's just kind of like, it's not what the NES is good at. The NES isn't good at lush orchestral arrangements. Obviously, people can make it work and do really cool shit, and sometimes the minimalism is a pro. But sometimes I hear like someone try to like arrange a song and then a bit of classical music on the NES, and then they're just not adding any percussion, and it's like, dude, you're not even using like all the sound channels and doing like making the NES sound cool. That's why my Majula arrangement for Dark Souls 2 strays so much from the original in terms of just like, yep, I'm just adding like a jazz drum beat and like changing the feel of the timing and everything. Ugh. And it doesn't do his magic attack until his health is further down still, but... Yeah, Kalameet is down, thankfully. Oh, I thought I had that. The timing felt good on that, so... Oh, no, he's doing his flail thing. Okay. Yeah, I don't have confidence to land in R2 with that timing, so I'm just going to sprint, do a running attack. He might do magic attacks now. Oh, I missed. Yeah, he should be capable of doing magic now. He definitely can now. Ah, damn it. Oh, I shouldn't. Okay, I can definitely heal now. Thank you for that. Oh, you're the flail again? Yeah, I'll take it. No, 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 he got me with the flail. Fuck. Rip. That was pretty good, though. That was a good run. That was a good run. Have you seen the video where someone used arbitrary code execution to make an NES play Bad Apple? No. Sounds cool, though. Do you know what's cool? Of all people in the Souls community, Lobos Jr. is like the most... I've never met Lobos in real life properly, but we've been in the same room at the same time probably on more than one occasion, at least on one occasion, because he played in video game music cover bands as well. So like I've played shows with him at MagFest. Like so it's kind of a funny thing, but we've talked about it since, and he is a huge retro video game music nerd as well. So I'm just like, that is a dude where you would think we would nerd out about Dark Souls, but dude, we would be talking like NES music. I remember watching him do a stream where it was like a retro video game music quiz or whatever, and like I remember at one point he guessed Falcion. And it wasn't Falcion, but the fact that he knew to even summon Falcion, a Famicom Disk System soundtrack, that is when I uploaded to my old YouTube channel. I'm just like, alright, he's a real one. Motherfucker's guessing Falcion. I'm like, you gotta be a real nerd to know that. Dwelling of Tools, yeah. I never actually participated in Dwelling of Tools, but that's like the community I came from before I was doing Dark Souls shit. I have a lot of old friends who've participated in tons of Dwelling of Tools. Yeah, you could just like name a bunch of, you could go through like older Dwelling of Tools and name a bunch of people, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I've met them, know them, was friends with them, etc. Yeah, my friend Carl, who does Dark Souls speedruns, and I've had him on the stream before, and we'll be streaming Dark Souls stuff again at some point. That's where I met him through video game music stuff. So despite both of us doing Soul stuff now, yeah, he's an old video game music friend. Hold on 1 second, just responding to a text message. Yeah, MagFest was great. I went to a bunch of MagFests back in the day. I went to some of the first MagFest I went to was like MagFest 4. Before they had it at the Gaylord. So it was like deeper south somewhere in Virginia, if I remember correctly. It wasn't in Alexandria. Yeah, and for a while I went to like a decent number of MagFests in a row. But then I fell off and I haven't kept up, unfortunately. I should go, like the last MagFest I've been to was 2019, when I played like a reunion show at it. But yeah, if people like heard of MagFest as a game convention but don't really know what the vibe is, it's fantastic because it's it's not a video game convention like PAX or one of those conventions where those feel more, how would I describe them? They're more like industry oriented, right? It's like where like the developers go to show their latest things and show off, and it's like very oriented around that. But MagFest was more of like a grassroots, organic, from the ground up party, right? Where it's not that type of thing. It was just like, hey, we're gonna go like rent out a hotel somewhere, and like people are gonna bring a bunch of like arcade cabinets and video game consoles and stuff like that, and bands that cover video game music will come play. So it sort of became the mecca for like people who like to cover video game music, which is not an industry related thing. I mean, more if that's come up in recent years. You know, eventually there were like video games live and stuff like that, but it was just like, it's just a gathering of people to hang out and with friends and do video game stuff. And obviously the convention is absolutely massive now, and it's expensive, and you know, it rents out the entire hotel easily and has to spill over to another hotel. So it's not like a small mom and pop thing anymore, but it still is built from that fundamental foundation of like, you're not going because some video game companies are showing their latest demos and trailers and blah 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 like a Comic-Con. It's not like that at all. You're going because it's the largest convention center on the East Coast, where the convention space is attached to the hotel, and they have a game room that's open 24/7 where there's a ton of arcade cabinets and a lot of retro consoles set up just around tables, so you can just like in your pajamas take the elevator down and just go play whatever the fuck with friends. Like it's so cool, it's so fun. They usually have an old Castlevania Versus cabinet there. It's basically just the NES game. It's not like a different version of the game, it's identical to like the NES ROM basically, and it's the NES tech, but in an arcade cabinet. It's like an official release from back in the day. So like anytime I'm at a MagFest, I'll hunt that down and sit down and play through the whole game. Yeah, Power Glove. I've played shows with them. Yeah. Twice, maybe? I remember we had a bunch of leftover alcohol, and I think we gave it to one MagFest, and we gave it the rest to Power Glove. Like, hey, do you want these 40s? Yeah, that's probably back at like Magfest 4 and or 5 or something like that. Whack. I thought I had the distance on. I'm burning through my Estus and... Okay, lock it. Lock it. Lock it. Focus. Oh, that's the combo. Oopsie. But yeah, I've never been to a proper PAX though. I did go to one PAX East once. And that was cool. That was also for music related stuff. I wasn't really playing though, I was just going with a friend who was playing. But that was cool. It was my friend. I went with my friend Joey, who makes music under the handle of Animal Style. Did I play drums with her? I don't... Maybe I did. I don't know. But a Disaster Piece was there, too. So that was really cool. He not only performed the musical set, but was also there demoing, like... Would that be when he was showing off the soundtrack to Fez? Maybe Fez was already out, and he was doing sound for another game? But yeah, Disaster Beast is the shit. It was announced that he's doing the soundtrack for the It Follows sequel, and the director like made it very clear that like he basically almost like didn't want to do the movie, if he, or at least that might have been a hyperbole, but it was basically just indicating like it was very important to him to get Disaster Piece back. So I hope the sequel turns out good. I still have never seen Under the Silver Lake, Dereliction of Duty. I heard the movie got mixed reviews, but for the way people talked about it, it sounded like it might be my kind of movie. But regardless, apparently Disaster Piece crushed that soundtrack as well. He also did the music to Bodies, 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 and I haven't seen that yet either. And I heard the music in that, unsurprisingly, is also very good. Ooh, that felt too early, but it worked. That did not work. Yeah, do that stupid thing. Yeah, that combo always used to kick my ass, but I learned more recently that you... Oh, well, see, now, as I'm... not good to say that I've figured it out when it literally kills me, but I always used to try to, like, strafe around him, and he's so good at retargeting and nailing you with it. That's the thing, you just back away from him. Just directly run straight away, and that's, like, the safest way to handle that. Maybe other people have different strats for it, but that seems to be the way to go for that. If I was able to expand on one area of Dark Souls 1, what would I do? Oh, I don't know how to answer that question. Make use of that unused elevator shaft in the Duke's Archives that I was talking about in the last data mining stream, maybe. That's my nerdy answer of how to build into the existing space more in a way that would be kind of novel. But not that wouldn't improve the level. It would just be like an extra room to go up to find some more stuff. Like, you know, I don't know, like it's hard for me because when I look at an area like of course there's really not much going on in the Valley of Drakes, but it's also just a connecting path that has, and it's okay for a connecting path to have its own title card. I don't necessarily you know, conform to the idea that like just because an area title card pops up means it has to be exist in equal footing to other areas. It's like, oh, it's not a real level, and that's okay. But it is so simple that it's kind of, you know, I don't know. And I don't know what you could do to improve the Great Hollow, because it's just kind of like okay. I'm fine with the vibes of Ash Lake. Ash Lake did not need it. Some people are like, oh, it doesn't lead to anything, and it's like, yeah, I guess it could have had a cool boss at the end of it, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lore. It's primarily like a lore world building space, and I'm good with that. So I don't think Ash Lake really needed to be anything else, but maybe the connective tissue to it, maybe Great Hollow could have been more interesting. There could have been like a little bit more of like a Shrine of Amana-esque connective tissue to the Ash Lake, which I know using Shrine of Amana as a reference, it's a pretty hated area, but you know, just imagine a better version of Shrine of Amana. I don't know. Shrine of Amana is pretty cool. It just a little too much, and again, it was even worse unpatched. Just a little too much, but the actual like shape of the level and look of the level, all that's fine. You just like a few less sorcerers with a slightly smaller aggro range, or you know, something. So, like, but it has the foundations of a good level. It's not. Having paths of like more shallow water to sort of guide you through the level, so you're not always like slow walking through the water. Like there's good ideas there. I think you could literally not change the level at all and just tweak enemy placement and frequency and behavior, and that's like the only thing you need to do to improve Shrine of Amana. Shit. I have no issues with the level of geography. I know he's not ready for magic yet, but it's not like I need Estus at the ready. Just got to get away from that. If you don't get hit by the first one, you're okay. And maybe I could have had time for an R2, but no. Not quite. Okay. Okay. Doing the 2 damage with the thorns is so funny. Shit. Okay. At least this gives me time to heal. Get one attack. Oh, damn it. Yeah. I can't believe okay. I almost didn't get that off in time. Crazy. Split second later, I would have been dead. Doing one more cast of that than I need to, but that's okay. It still gives me time to get away, so not the end of the world. I just kind of panic spam it. I think I have time to get a heal on any strafing. That I only need to do one cast of that for sure. There's like there's almost no way to cast that too soon, I think. Two damage. Thorns. It's the best. Let me in there. Thank you. I think I like this fight more than Artorias, actually. This might be the best boss fight in the game. Oh shit! Okay, well, careful. Like, obviously it's drawn out as fuck because I'm... Damn it, didn't get the cast off in time. Because my damage is shit, but it feels really satisfying. Everything feels like every mistake feels really 100% my fault. It feels good when I'm locked in on this fight. So the silver pendant just like casts this like shield around you, and that dark magic just gets deflected. And you can spam it, kind of. So I could do like a couple casts in a row. It doesn't use like stamina or any resource, so you can just use it as many times as you want. Artorias is quite good too, but this feels even more satisfying. And I'm still Demon Souls brained that I don't mind all of the, you know, the bosses that aren't super well refined. I have a ton of patience for them. Obviously, I made a video defending the Capra Demon because I'm a freak, but... I do like my puzzle and gimmick bosses as well, but... Yeah, because it only works against this boss because it only works against dark magic, which I guess I don't know what Kalameet's Breath counts as, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work on Kalameet's Breath, I don't think. It should work on like Dark Bead and stuff in PvP, but that's not... I don't think it's ever in the meta of PvP, because you probably leave yourself way too open for a backstab anytime you're casting it, I would assume. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's try that again. Way too early on the roll. Yeah, I'm gonna miss. Should have run in. Get away. Get the... Can I get R2? I'm really close, so I think I have the time. Yeah. Ow. Owie. Come on. I think I'm gonna miss. Oh no, I got it. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that in time, probably. Not the penis statue. Father of the Abyss, and some of those statues are kind of phallic looking. Don't think it's a coincidence. I'm saying those rocks were made to look like a dick. From Software did that on purpose. Okay. Ow. I got greedy on that heal. I might be okay. I'm okay. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, okay, I'm okay. Ooh, scary. I did not have that at the ready. I wasn't paying attention to his health. Knock it off with this shit, man. Okay. I can't really see because of that exterior. Okay, just need to just do 2 of those. Okay. Come on, man. Do something. Something melee. Thank you. No. Not that, though. Get that heal in. Get the silver pendant at the ready. Ooh, almost too late on that again. I need to be a little bit faster on that one. If I was closer to him, that would have nailed me. Ah, oh, damn it. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. I should have the silver pendant at the ready. And then pull out this to heal. There we go. Ooh, lucky the melee attack didn't hit me there. Stop it. I might need to be closer to him to make the RNG of the magic attacks a little less common, but it's not a guarantee. And he still does that melee attack that I like a lot from a distance, so... Not that one. Can't punish that one. Not that one. Come on, man. Do the slam. Ugh. Ba-da-da-da. I was just complimenting the fight, Manus. Oh, no. Oh, hold on. Don't get caught by that, thank God. Everything's good. I don't like that. Thank you. Fuck you, Manus. Yes! 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 Oh, yeah. Oh, that feels good. Something that gets me when people talk about, like, recommending skipping Dark Souls 2 or, like, feel like it's not really a sequel to Dark Souls 1. It's just... To me, there's something so alluring about this encounter here, because, like, the shards of Manus get reincarnated into the queens in Dark Souls 2. And the first time you see Nashandra is in that painting in Drangleic Castle that, like, curses you when you stand there. She looks so remarkably similar to Dusk. Like, I remember first time seeing that painting, I'm like, is that Dusk? Or something like that? And then later on, I find out that that she's literally a reincarnation of Manus, and it's like, who's the last person that Manus was in contact with before he got destroyed? Like, the fact that she's like all like effed up here, and like there's something really creepy here. Like he somehow like stole some of her essence or something, or she was imprinted onto him while she was kidnapped. That is cool as shit. I've definitely mentioned this before. I don't know if I mentioned it in a dissected video. I've definitely mentioned it on stream at some point, but like, that is cool. That is a cool connection between the games. It's weird. Is there a known reason for the kidnap? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Crown's DLC, whatever. You got other queens in the mix, so they don't all have to look like Dusk, I guess. But yeah, the first and the primary antagonist definitely reminded me of Dusk. This place is scary. Leave. Yeah, I'm on it. It's because Dusk is yeah, the video game logic of she was kidnapped and taken to the Mushroom Kingdom. Sorry, chosen undead, but the princess is in another abyss. It's interesting, though, because the Dark Souls 2 DLCs are the fastest any DLCs that have ever come out for a Souls game. So I wonder to what extent Like, not in the cards from the beginning, because obviously the game had such a troubled development and they didn't know... I mean, the final game wasn't in the cards from the beginning. But it was only, like, 3 months before the first DLC came out. So they were cranking that shit out. Yeah, someone asked what the challenge was. Is just make the game harder for myself so I learn the fights better. Yep, that's 100% it. So it's still level 1, but I'm not playing optimally at still level 1. I'm mid-rolling when I could be fast-rolling. I could be using better weapons, better gear. Want to see something funny?
No, I'm fine. Well and wide awake. Not treat me like an old withering snake. No, I'm fine.
Shut up.
Fine. Well and wide awake. Not treat me like an old withering snake.
Did I break him? Why is he not aggroed? Yo, I've removed way more than 10% of his HP. What is happening? He should be pissed.
I am pleased. Is it something?
Okay, what is this?
Well, chosen.
I wasn't expecting to discover a glitch. That's not what I was trying to do. All NPCs in this game aggro when you remove 10% of their HP, but somehow the timing of the wake-up confused it.
You sorry fool.
Like, he's mad
You
now,
could
but that
not
should have
be
happened
the
way
chosen
sooner.
One. Enough. I shall slumber until I am awakened again.
See a nerd. Alright, we are at the end game. Oh, you accidentally hit Oswald the other day once. Yeah, you can aggro enemies in a single hit because it's based purely on damage in Dark Souls 1. I should take a closer look at how aggroing... That'd be a fun video to make sometime. Like, how aggroing across the Souls games works. I did talk about that in the Dark Souls 2 Tombstone video a bit. But I haven't really done the deep dive. Like, I can't tell you exactly how it works in Bloodborne, exactly how it works in Dark Souls 3. I just know how it works in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls... I could be mistaken. I'm under the impression that the more recent games use a hybrid number of hits and or amount of damage, which is the exact way it should work. That is objectively the best system, because there's flaws when you use either or, just damage or number of hits, because, like, when you're using just number of hits in Dark Souls 1, that leads to some straight up bullshit shenanigans. In fact, I'll do that. I'll show you an example before we take on Gwyn. Like, look at this nonsense. The fact that you have to remove over 10% of an enemy's HP to aggro them in Dark Souls 1, and left-handed punches... Well, I had the Skull Lantern equipped this whole time. Left-hand punches only do 1 damage, unless if you have, like, buffs on or whatever, but, like... Oh, and I have the Thorns equipped, so it's doing a little bit more, but, like...
Oh, that hurts.
I'm not close to aggroing him. I think it's like 18, 19, 20 punches, something like that. You have to punch him like something like 52 or 53 times, 54, somewhere in that ballpark, to aggro him. Like, because it's just based on the raw damage. So at least in these cartoonish situations where you could like punch someone a million times and they don't aggro. Dark Souls 2 is the inverse situation where they switched purely to number of hits and not the amount of damage, where you have to hit enemies 3 times. And there's some exceptions, like Emerald Herald needs to be hit 5 times or something, but like it's a little weird. But most enemies, it's like very consistently just 3 hits. And that leads to situations where, like, well, let's say you do a fuckload of damage. So in one hit, you can remove like 98% of an enemy's HP, 99% of an enemy's HP, and they don't aggro because you did it with one hit. And it's just like, oh, that's nonsense too. So really, you want, like, I think a hybrid system where it's like, maybe if they aggro when you move over 20% of their HP, or hit them 3 times, like, that seems like the most correct solution. And I do think Dark Souls 3 probably does something like that. I don't actually know. I haven't tried testing it yet. Maybe someone out there already knows. But it is interesting that in Demon Souls they required losing 20% of their HP, and in Dark Souls 1 they changed it to 10%. So a little less forgiving in Dark Souls 1, which is kind of interesting, because Demon Souls tends to be the more punishing game in a lot of ways. But I guess Demon Souls didn't have Oswald, right? There's literally no way to de-aggro NPCs unless you're playing the remake, so yeah, I can see how that's not great or preferable as well. Yeah, whichever comes first type system. Yeah, that's exactly that is the correct system to implement it for this. Yeah, of the two, I think number of hits is the less worse option. But it's still, again, it is a little funny in Dark Souls 2 where you do one really big hit and they're nearly dead and they're still not aggroed. But yeah, if I had to pick between either or, I think number of hits is better than just raw damage. And I know, again, sorry for repeating myself if you watch all my streams and the data mining streams, I like to marvel over the most obscure track of music in Dark Souls here. I don't think it's a track included in the LST. Just in this hallway. Why am I going into the what options? I will put the music a little louder than I had it before. For Pling Bling Plan, we gotta. Yeah, very neat, like ambient track of music. I don't feel like fighting these guys. I might have fucked up. We Kiln. We're at the end game. And I forgot to... Multiple mistakes were made. I like how there were 2 different bonfires I could have rested at on the way there. I could have rested at this one, and I could have rested at the one down there. Yeah, I was mocked for my hubris. I love this cutscene. Okay. They wanted me to punch Andre again. Oh wait, I saw someone before had a question higher up in chat about Lautrec, but I kind of missed it. Like I half read it. Let me scroll up and see if I can see what that was. Oh, but if you kick Lautrec, he picks up his weapons? What's the... Well, Yeah, that's probably just the standing up animation. Yeah, he won't aggro from being kicked. Yeah, he does also have to lose. It's completely consistent in Dark Souls 1. There's every NPC aggroes when they lose 10% of their HP, and there are no exceptions to that. There's not one NPC that requires more or less than that. And I can't remember if it's technically they need to lose, if it's greater than or equal 10% or greater than 10%. I used to actually know. I did check to that level of specificity before, but I don't... All I know is that Demon Souls did it differently. One of them uses greater than or equal to, and the other one uses greater than, but I don't remember which is which. But that's such a ridiculous degree of specificity that does not... You can just say 10% and 20%. I don't think anyone's like, is it greater than? Like, you're at that point you're talking about like the most minuscule amount of HP. There's something wrong with you if you're trying to damage an NPC as much as possible without aggroing them. Oh, but I thought I could punch Andre 53 times without him aggroing. It's like, who does that? But yeah, this was brought up earlier in chat. I'll do it here. That last Black Knight down here, he disappears if you quit and reload here. Bye-bye. Yeah, the one, he's gone. And again, I think it's a safety feature. They just kind of somehow anticipated quitting and reloading in the Gwyn boss fight and didn't want a Black Knight chasing you down from nearby, I guess. It's a really weird thing to do. And again, I don't know how it's set up in the code. I think it has to check the collision, though. And that is a very, very specific thing to do. I don't think that happens by accident. I don't think this is a result of fucking code up. I think they had to go out of their way to do that. So just really weird. Okay. Funny thing about parrying Gwyn is that I'm actually really bad at parrying his jump. Everyone aura farms the fuck out of his opening move. I never get it. I don't know if it's a distancing thing. I don't know what it is. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I'm going to roll through this first attack. He's walking because I'm outside of battle start distance, and he smelled me. He might have also saw me, but he also smelled this like stronger sense at that point. Oh, I'm definitely gonna parry the fuck out of him. Just the opening move, I don't know. I'm not good at it. Everyone else is good at it. I don't get it. I never see like anyone else like struggle with that parry. I'm just like, ah, shit. Okay. Bummer. Maybe not okay. Ah, the music is so... Dude's head looks like the baby from Eraserhead. I never thought about that, but yes. It's been a while since I've seen Eraserhead. I should rewatch it at some point. That's a movie to watch if you want to like have a bad day. I love me some David Lynch, but in certain doses. I need to rewatch some of his movies. Lost Highway, I remember feeling a little... There are elements of it that I liked, but I remember feeling like Mulholland Drive was a very similar movie that was like better in like every capacity. I was just like, oh, this is like he reused a lot of concepts of questioning identity and stuff like that, and someone becomes someone else and that sort of thing. Like, Mulholland Drive is fantastic. I love that movie. That movie's incredible. So yeah, I'm definitely due for a Lost Highway rewatch. I've only saw what's the one with Nicolas Cage and Laura Dern? Wild at Heart. I think I only saw that once, so I need to rewatch that. I love Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive and Twin Peaks, though. I have to admit to bouncing off of Inland Empire. That was too much for me, I think. Maybe I should try to rewatch that at some point. Oh, I took off my... There we go. Much better. I can't bury it! I'm telling you, I can't. Yes, I have seen The Return. I remember feeling like a little lukewarm on The Return. I know a lot of people loved it, but there were elements of it that I really liked. And I know it's like the popular opinion, but episode 8 or whatever, the Gotta Light episode is like, it's fucking incredible. So good. That's right up there with the best of Twin Peaks. Yeah, I definitely fully subscribe to the headcanon that this is, the wraps on my head are covering a, parasitic wall hugger in progress. It just feels good. It's one of those things like maybe we're connecting too many dots, but like, the best headcanon is stuff that isn't incongruent with anything else in the game. It's like, even if the devs didn't intend that, like, it doesn't... There's no like competing theory that says like, well, that doesn't feel right because it was like, yeah, like, I don't know. There's no. It feels right. The parasitic wall hugger is right next to a pyromancy that says with a named pyromancy from Carmina. Power Within belonged to a pyromancer named Carmina. Jeremiah is also a pyromancer. The concept art shows little, like, tendril things slightly poking out of this head wrapping. They're not included in the final model, but the model does have bloodstains on it, so it's like, there's organic stuff in there, right? There's bloodstains on it. And the concept art shows stuff, little tendril-y things poking out of it. I'm like, it's gotta be the parasitic wall hugger. The fact that the parasitic wall hugger is called Prince Isolus in the data, and again, the internal names are very, like, you know, Ornstein is called Griffith, or whatever. There's just stuff that's just like, okay, like, you can't really go off of that always. But in that case, it just feels there's something there. There's some intentionality. I think my favorite chunk of Twin Peaks is Fire Walk With Me overall. I know, like, when it came out, like, it wasn't that well received, and I think people were missing, like, the quirky charm of the TV show, but for me, like, Twin Peaks is an interesting show, because it's kind of all over the place, and that's what makes it special, but, like, the most alluring moments were, like, when it was at its weirdest with, like, Black Lodge stuff going on, right? Like, that was always, like, the, like, anytime you saw a scene with Black Lodge shit going on, it felt really important. And one of my criticisms of Season 2 is at times it starts to get a little X-Files-y, which I know X-Files wasn't out yet, and, you know, X-Files was... Twin Peaks was influential to the existence of X-Files, but still, it reminds me of X-Files a little bit, where it's like, oh, if this happens... then the gateway to the lodge opens. It almost feels like a little too sci-fi in the presentation of the Black Lodge. right? Oh, you turn this. We found this knob on this wall in this cave, and like blah blah blah. They're like, there's too much lore about like they're trying to introduce lore about like the mechanics of entering the Black Lodge. Whereas Fire Walk with Me is just like, okay, Laura Palmer puts like a creepy ass picture on her wall, and then at night in her dreams she ends up inside the picture. And I'm like, that's the magic. Like, it doesn't really need. David Lynch is really good at like conveying like nightmares and like making you feel like you're along for the journey and entering something that's kind of horrific and nightmarish. And so yeah, that's why I loved Fire Walk with Me, because it was doing like the best of Twin Peaks to me. And it's also, because it's a movie, it's the best looking Twin Peaks by a margin, like a wide margin. Like, it's just, they were operating as a movie and not as a TV show. And so when The Return was coming out, part of me was getting my hopes up a little bit, being like, oh, it's a modern TV show, so maybe it'll be more on a cinematic level in a way that, you know, like a really overly produced like HBO show might be like. And it wasn't completely without that, but like, it does not look half as good as Fire Walk with Me. You know, like, it's not. There's cool shit that happens in The Return. It is not like cinematic in the same way Fire Walk with Me is, though. So it's just, and that matters a lot to me. So it was a really good evolution from the TV show, where you got all the weird stuff in the format of a TV show, and then you make a prequel movie that doesn't wrap up any of the loose ends from the shocking ending of season 2. Like, sort of the best case scenario for like a prequel. That was like Fire Walk with Me is like one of the better prequels that exists. Yeah, really good. Really upsetting. That's why I loved like season 8 of the episode 8 of The Return so much, because that was like just going off the deep end and feeling a little bit more like a David Lynch movie rather than just a really weird TV episode. What's the argument for backtracking being a good thing? Oh, I love exploration and the ability to get lost and non-linear progression. I love it. I want these games to sort of be third-person dungeon crawlers. A little bit. Or at least something adjacent to a dungeon crawler. And a connected map with backtracking just fits that vibe so much more. I don't want a boss rush action game. Okay, I'm not locking in. Yeah. Yeah, Metroidvania-esque map design is extremely cool to me. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, wake up, wake up. This shouldn't be harder than Manus, like what the fuck? You tried watching Fire Walk with Me, we got too scared of the violent father. Yeah, it's a hard watch. It's very upsetting. There's content in that movie that's not for everyone. You know, abuse and horrible things happen. It's so well directed though. I just think about like the opening shot of the movie is like a slowly zooming out static of a TV screen of a CRT. That's like, at first it's like a little hard to tell what you're looking at. And then once it zooms out enough, like the TV gets smashed, and then he's like murdering. Is that Teresa Banks or one of the other? I don't remember. But it's so intense. It's just like the vibes of it are incredible. Yeah, I'm dog shit at parrying the opening attack, but that's such like a minor thing that like doesn't really affect the fight, because I can just when I do roll through it, I roll through it. It's the rest of the attacks I need to step up and get good at. How Yeah, plus 11. No, that's the thing. I have not played any... Me saying I want like a third-person dungeon crawler is funny because I haven't played any King's Fields yet. That is absolutely on the to-do list. There will be future streams of me doing blind playthroughs of the King's Field games. Yeah, huge guy. I've been a fan of these games since Demon Souls. I was such a huge fan of Demon Souls that I got a PS3 because of it, and I got Dark Souls day one. But I was not one of the old heads who like came in being a fan of From Software because of Armored Core in King's Field. Before I had no familiarity with any of that. Nope. Was just watching Zuli's Dark Souls 1 playthrough. She was talking about how people say parrying trivialized it and then just went and effortlessly beat Gwyn without parrying. First try. Yeah, Zuli's really good at games. If I was not so level 1 and I was like if I was like level 80 or some normal level where I could tank a few hits and back off and heal, like it would be extremely over for Gwyn. It would probably take me... It usually wouldn't take me more than a couple tries, probably. But here, I'm going to be put through the ringer and get my ass completely kicked. Shadow Tower was surprisingly playable. Cool, good. They have some weird... It'd be fun to check out some of their weird titles, too. Like, has anyone ever played, Spriggan Lunar Verse, or whatever the fuck that is? Like, I don't even know what that is. I think I've used music from it in some of my videos, and I was like, ah. It would be interesting to try to go back and play 3D Dot Game Heroes at some point too. I remember I did play some of that back in the day, but I never actually like got through it. Like I kind of lost interest. But yeah, the fact that it was referencing Demon Souls like repeatedly is wild. I'm like, that is... Dark Souls doesn't even exist yet, and this game's already like going in on the Souls references. Like, extremely cool. Owie. Oh, no, I'm gonna eat it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. I'm trying to parse, so it's like this dude is really into Brazil, the OK sign, and clowns. I see a couple cows. Like, I'm trying to parse what the intention here is. Give me one good reason why I should not permanently ban you from the channel instead of just time out. State your case. I don't mind like a few emoticons for hype, but like it's just like, what? What is happening? Brazil mentioned, and not for the right reasons. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. They're gone. Oh, Brazil is a great movie? Hell yeah. Yeah. Somewhere out there, I have a chiptune cover I made of the Brazil theme song, which I realize is like a classic song that wasn't made for the movie, but... I mean, I actually don't know. I don't know the song well enough to say, like, did they use an existing arrangement of the song for the movie, or did they like make a new version of that song for the movie? I don't know, but that song gets stuck in my head. Brazil. Da, 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 da. So good. Yeah, movie was named after the song. That sounds right. But I can't tell if, because that's one of those songs that probably has, like, you know, a whole bunch of versions of it or whatever. So I don't know if the one in the movie was, like, a fresh arrangement. Probably not. Probably just already existed. I think I got here a little late. Well, good news. It's probably going to take me a decent number of tries to get Gwyn, because I'm getting my ass kicked. It's all about these second swing parries. Like, if he actually just attacks consistently, I'm good. But I'm not good at catching, like, the sudden kick. Some things he does throws me off. Yeah, like, if he just kept doing that, the fight would be over. But it's these other things he does that are absolutely terrifying to me. Dun, dun, dun. See, that's gonna fuck me up. No, 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 no. Get away, you idiot. Roll. I'm getting stuck on the train. Ugh. Okay. It's going a little bit better. Bum-bum-bum. Yeah, the actual parrying is not the hard part for me. The leap is, as I've made clear. I can't parry that for shit. All of those swings, I'm totally locked in on the second swing parry strategy, but I'm not so good at quickly managing the kick. The idea is to have spacing, so I don't have to roll away, right? Because you can just walk away from the kick and you can walk away from the grab attack. Sometimes easier said than done with the kick, though. It comes out real quick. And you want to be in his face to set up the proper attacks that you can parry, is the thing, you know, so it's a trade-off. Got to be close so he does the right attacks, but that also includes the kick, unfortunately. Esticing while he's getting back. I've heard about that. I've heard about people using, like, the Estes use read or whatever to intentionally bait certain attacks. Do I get instability damage if I parry the jump attack? No, I should, like, if I mistime the parry, I probably get, like, partial parry damage. Ugh. Gross. Alright, let's try this again. That fucking kick. There we go. Wait a second to get more stamina back. I guess there's plenty of time when he's getting back up. Maybe that's not necessary. I think that I can roll away from that, but, well... Yeah, not great. Plum, 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 plum. Oh, you're gonna ask why there's SL1 and no leveling up in the same sentence? A surprising amount of people don't know what SL1 is. So I like to give that context. Yeah, it's definitely redundant, but for someone kind of seen the stream, not knowing the lingo. Solar Pellets has a good video on getting perfect parry loop each time. Oh, hell yeah, I should check that out. Solar Pellets rocked the research on when you get free Estus charges in Dark Souls 3. That shit was awesome. Solved a mystery that I had wondered about. I tried poking around in debug to see if I can find an explanation or counter for that worked. Couldn't find it and then gave up. And Solar Pellets eventually came and saved the day. Oh, yeah. If you just look up Solar Pellets, like Dark Souls 3 Estus or whatever, you'll find the deep dive into that topic. It's really good. It's really good. It's like completely, it's someone else making a proper Dark Souls Dissected. Yeah, it doesn't use a hidden counter like soft humanity in Dark Souls 1. It is RNG, but it's fast. I think there was like one minor mystery still relating to it that I forgot. But yeah. I think blocking is more likely to bait the kick, but I think the kick can still happen if you're not blocking, so like should I not be holding my shield up? I don't know. If I was just forcing it by blocking this whole time, if I could just avoid the kick just by not blocking, that's the problem with not blocking. That one attack comes so fucking fast. Oh, you know, I haven't watched Regal's video on max level speedrun, but I have thoughts. And I wonder if he goes over my thought process. Max level glitchless. Did he account for multiplayer Silver Wars? This is my main question. Because I think the most efficient way you could grind that out is to have two players constantly kill each other in PvP. Get that 50% of leveling cost. Previous leveling cost. That's it. I think I was baiting too many kicks by holding the shield up, and I just need to be more... Yeah! We did it! I cheated on the last parry. His route was with glitches. He got it in 30 minutes by duping a soul of a great hero. Gotcha. Yeah, I think the glitchless, probably the most efficient glitchless route for getting to max level, to explain what I was just saying kind of clumsily during the fight. Soul rewards in PvP are based off of a percentage of your most recent leveling cost, which is a little clumsy to say, and I know I've mentioned that in some Dark Souls Dissect before, but basically, if you kill a player who's a level 100, the cost of leveling up from level 99 to level 100, it's some percentage of that. And the soul rewards are quite generous in Dark Souls 1. I think you get 50% of that cost if you're the host killing an invader, I think. I mean, I made a page on the wiki somewhere explaining the soul rewards, so I've documented it all somewhere. So it depends on the perspective, right? Like, it's not always that generous. And a game like Dark Souls 3, like, paltry. They drop the soul rewards drastically in PvP for some reason, and I don't get it, and I don't agree with it. 50% is understandably a little high, but, like, they had some soul rewards go as low as 1%, and I'm like, what are you doing? What? Why? That's stupid. But yeah, so I think what you could do is you could just keep taking turns, and like obviously the cost of leveling keeps scaling up, but like, is the cost of a level ever like that steep compared to a previous level? Probably not. So like, if it's 50% of the previous leveling cost, like, does it ever take more than 3 or 4 kills of someone the same like level as you, as you're like trying to go grind up these higher and higher levels to get to the next level? Probably not. So that's a lot of work because you're going through hundreds of levels still, but like the amount of grinding it does, they're so expensive. You could just reap huge soul rewards. You could be getting like hundreds of thousands of souls per PvP kill if you're doing it with a friend. So I think that's the way to do it. You think that you found the limit was like 32,000 souls every 30 seconds from farming phalanx. Yeah, there's a point where like earlier in the game that would be more efficient. I guess probably, but yeah, at some point you just get a friend and you just keep killing each other. Maybe I should do that on stream at some point. That'd be so stupid. That sounds like some bullshit I could probably do with like Carl or someone. Well, if you just farm the same guy who was already max level. Oh, but you can't. How does that work in the remaster with like being able to match with someone with the red sign soapstone with a password? It probably scales down the souls. Well, and the problem with killing a max level player is if you're doing it in Prepare to Die edition, the infinite invasion range is up from the invader's perspective, but it's the host who gets more souls when they kill an invader. So you would want to be a host killing an invader, and the invader can't be a much higher level than you. Yeah, so I think you would wouldn't pair with a max level player, probably. Yeah, I should double check what the deal is with the password, if that scales things down. Hey, yeah, I did kill Manus today. We are done. The run is completed. I got stuck on Manus for not 6 hours. How long have I been streaming today? Yeah, the stream today was only 4 hours, and a big chunk of that was for Kalameet. So I think I was only stuck on Manus for like, was it like 2 hours? 2.5? Maybe less than that even. Wasn't too bad. Anyways, thanks so much everyone for hanging out. This has been, oh wait, no. I'm forgetting. I'm doing something wrong. There's a little bit more to the stream before I exit. What am I doing? First of all, I need to beat the game. There's also something else.
my lord, bless thy safe return. Let Carth and Framt serve your highness. We are here to serve your highness. Let true dark be cast upon the world. Our Lord hath returned.
You can, Madoy. Yeah, the ending is based purely on your decision at the end if you light the fire or walk out of the room. You don't have to talk with any serpent. You don't have to side with any particular serpent. I can't sing in pitch, sorry. But there is one last thing to do here, which is quit the game, Alt F4 the game, go into my Dark Souls 1 folder, where is the remaster folder? Yeah, here we go. True Dark ending up on the screen right now. Okay, fire the game back up. And we're gonna get a kill count, a death count. Did I die more or less than that run I did with Brave where we shared a controller at soul level 1? Moment of truth. Oh, yeah, over like 100 fewer deaths or something. Ours was around 320 something, I think. Not too shabby. 229 deaths, vast majority to like the DLC in that end of the game. I love that I can just look this up. What is some of this other stuff in here? Oh yeah, clear count. This is fun. Clear state. None, good or bad. The fact that two correlates with the option bad, so we just got the quote-unquote bad ending. Which is funny that you can't read into that too much. I know people debate like the morals of the different endings. It's meant to be morally ambiguous. There's not... you can't look at the internal reference. Also, the fact that that carries over from Demon Souls, it's like... it really means nothing at this point. But it is fun to see that the Dark Lord ending, unsurprisingly, they flag that as the quote-unquote bad ending. Very fun. Clear State 2. And Clear Count controls the New Game Plus cycle. It's so direct, the New Game Plus cycle, that I can change this value in debug. I can just like... so I cleared it once, so this is New Game Plus. If I press to the right, it'll change to 2. Magic, we're in New Game Plus 2 right now. I don't even have to reload at a bonfire. I don't have to... now we're in New Game Plus 3. Like, it literally updates enemy HP in real time, even without resting at a bonfire. Which is just, like, so, like... huh? That's kind of surprisingly fancy. I don't know, like... it's just weird how it works that immediately. I don't know how it looks in Dark Souls 2 underneath the hood. I'm sure it's probably set a little bit differently, but you can. I'm sure Debug Manager for Dark Souls 2 probably gives you control over that. True Death. Yeah, there's all leftover Demon Souls shit that even that is cut content in Demon Souls. But I could say, oh look, I'm in the True Death state, I guess. But it's not gonna. There's nothing in the Dark Souls 1 code is actually gonna reference that. There is neat stuff here, though. There is, where is it? Where is it hiding? Where is it hiding? Yeah. Co-op play success count. That is the thing. You know how, like, if you do more successful rounds of co-op, it lowers the faith requirement for the Sunlight Altar statue? It's directly tied to that. Like, we could stand in front of the Sunlight Altar statue, and I could increase this number, and then you'll see, like, the prompt for the statue appear as I make it high enough. So, very cool that it counts that. The rank is funny. That's cut content left over from Demon Souls, where you could rate players after a multiplayer session on, like, how helpful they were. So, like, players would have, like, a multiplayer score, which is, like, very silly. I don't even know. Soul penalty, soul steal. Like you could steal levels from other people. I don't know why it would it counted that. Was that it counted that in Demon Souls? I guess I don't know. Anyway, on that note, thanks again everyone for hanging out for the Soul Level 1 run. That was a lot of fun. So Sunday I'll probably be back with more randomizer. Either way, I'll stream something on Sunday. It's been a while. I thought before when I started the Soul Level 1 run I was gonna like alternate this and the randomizer, but I was kind of like, because I was doing all the data mining streams and streaming only twice a week, I was like, oh no, juggling 3 different streams is going to like slow everything down. So I just kind of wanted to finish this and get this out of the way so I can go back to doing randomizer runs. And like, if I really get inspired to like, if I feel like I don't have enough time to stream as many things as I will, I'll just stream an extra day in the week. You know, maybe not permanently, but maybe for like a month I'll be like, hey, I'll stream 3 days a week instead of 2. But yeah, I'm just rambling at this point. But yeah, for now, randomizer run, more data mining streams of some capacity. I'll probably do event region data mining again for just another game in the series. But that might be a few weeks off, so you know, just give myself time to reset and investigate like what I want to look into next. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Chat for being awesome as usual. Again, I'm very thankful that I started streaming. It's just it forces me to engage in the game with ways that like I don't necessarily do if I'm just researching a video. People ask questions to things that like I hadn't thought about. So yeah, I get to learn about. I can't always predict what I'm going to talk about in a future video, you know. So just engaging with these games more in ways that are still like keep it fresh. You know, that's the thing. Like, maybe I can get a little burnout working on a particular topic, but that doesn't stop me from, like, the novelty is still there. If I do, like, a weird randomizer run or a weird mod or whatever. Definitely, you know, it's something that'll probably happen before the next data mining stream is I'll probably check out some of King Boar's weird mods. Like, I gotta do some of those. So, yeah. There'll be more weird modded runs and stuff on the way as well. So thanks everyone for hanging out. I'll catch you next time and have a good evening. See ya.